steel toes. Already lost 100. It's plummeting over there. Hi, good morning. Welcome to the program. I'm Patrick. Some people call me an onion. Some people call me a fat guy. A lot of children point and say that thing over there took my lunch money. Anyway, welcome to the show. Happy Monday. Giant show of cope today. All weekend long. Was there not a Steel Toe members only show last night? Shocker. No Steel Toe morning show members only program last night. I imagine Aaron was like, we gotta wait till Monday morning. We got a big announcement. I gotta deal with these allegations. Oh boy. And basically it's everything we thought it would be. It's everything we ever thought it would be and more. That only happened once. I only choked her to calm her down. No, it wasn't like that. My ex-wife's a liar, even though I can't say that because I've been telling everybody that me and my ex-wife are getting along great. Moody just piping up in the chat saying he's canceling all evening shows this week. Oh boy. No, there's probably nothing to it. I love this. I love that we have to watch a dance between a guy. And also, again, low-key this morning, I caught him threatening April. Again, you have to really put yourself in the mind of this psychopath, and you have to also think about his relationship with his ex-wife, Ashley LARUE, and his ex-wife, April Anderson. And this morning on the show, he basically low-key threatened April that if she came forward and talked about this at all, it would probably be a very, very bad time for her, and she should probably just keep her mouth shut. Now, look, out of one side of his mouth, he said this. He's like, I wish April could be here to dispel these rumors. But later on, he said this in a couple different ways, he was like, if April would have come out and talked about this at all, it'd probably make a heap of trouble for her. It'd probably be really bad for her. There'd be a world of hurt coming down on her if she ever started talking about my ex-wife. So if I was April, I'd keep it quiet. I'm looking for a clip, too. I hate to do this. I got everything I wanted ready for this morning, but I was watching a clip yesterday, and I swear to God, I thought it was a Nat Clo clip. But I looked on there, and I couldn't find it. If anybody can help me find this clip, it was circulating yesterday, and obviously it's in a place where I can't remember. There was a clip going around yesterday of basically 2022, I think, or 2023 early, where Aaron makes a remark about beating April. And April her whole demeanor changes immediately, and she turns away from Aaron, and she goes into this, totally different headspace where she starts, swallowing and gulping. Really, and digging in her bag, just kind of basically falls out of the show when beating April got mentioned. It was a small clip. This was going around yesterday. If anybody has this and can email it to me, I'd really appreciate that. It was a great illustration. Was it a Stalin clip? I thought I looked everywhere, but if anybody can find that, I think I looked everywhere. But oh my God. It was amazing. It was just a reference to domestic abuse, and it sent April into a fucking gas station taquito hole. That's a Nat Clo clip. I found it. I was just on there, and I couldn't fucking find it. Wow. I literally was over there just now. Anyway, send that over. I'd love that. And I have a guy clipping. I didn't make this public because I don't know if the guy wants to be known that he's my clipper. So I got a guy clipping now, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to get rid of him. Not because he's doing a bad job or anything. I think I can't have a clipper that has a clip channel. because it's just a conflict of interest. I start seeing what clips you're putting out on your channel and then the clips you send me, and it's like, all right, well, you're taking all the good ones and putting them on your channel. And you're sending me 2 videos on Matt Poster. Don't get me wrong. I know I covered Matt Poster. A little bit of it's on me. But there's got to be a conflict of interest, right? I mean, if you're putting out all the great videos on your channel and then sending me, like, the Matt Poster hits... We probably have a conflict of interest. Oh, everybody knows it's Doom? Okay. Jealous much? Yeah, exactly. Doom says you take too long to upload drama. I mean, look, that's fair. Look, you guys are trying to upload 30 clips a day. I'm not. I'm trying to have 1 clip every other day or something like that. That's a normal release schedule for clips. So, you know, I get, on the one hand, I totally get it. You know, you want to put out 4 clips a day, and if I don't do it, if I don't put out the clip you made today, you think it's a waste. But, and that, by the way, that's fair. That's fair. No one cares about Matt. Let's talk about it for 10 hours. Okay, well, see, now you're like blaming me for a thing. Like, I'm going to talk about what I talk about on my show. That's not really the point. Look, if it's going to turn ugly already, I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. I just mentioned something, and now you're going to get all defensive and get mad. Get mad and get defensive. You'd be the 3rd guy this month who was a fan who blew up over nothing. So, by all means, blow the fuck up, throw a tantrum, and storm out. We'll send you your check. Imagine me giving a fuck over here. So, act tough and get mad. You fucking nerds. Anyway, no, it's just a conflict of interest. I just can't. Look, unfortunately, all the people clipping are like starting their own clip channels. There's like a new one every day. There's 3 more this weekend. I noticed 3 new clippers I'd never heard of or seen of in my life. But no, it is a conflict of interest. And by the way, you want to clip everybody in the Dabbleverse, fine. I totally understand that. And again, you guys want to put out 6-7 clips a day. That's on you, and that's fine, and you're trying to build up your channel. I'd argue that I'm trying to build up my channel, and you're trying to help me with that, and you're trying to build up your channel. It's a conflict of interest. And I've just noticed there were 3 or 4 videos that went up on Doom's channel that were like NLO clips in the past week that it's like, and then I get, you know, again, I'm not saying don't cut out Matt Poster things. I'm saying I doubt we needed 2 30-minute Matt Poster segments clipped this week. But I understand you got to meet a quota. I'm just arguing that I don't want to pay for Matt Poster clips. So we'll talk about it. But I think the larger arching issue is that it's just a conflict of interest. How do you decide when you have a Stuttering John Melton clip? How do you decide whose channel it goes on? You go, I'm going to put it up on mine because Melton takes forever to put clips up. It's like, again, I don't take forever to put clips up. I'm not trying to put up 7 clips a day. That's not the release schedule I'm going for over on NLO Clips, where it's like, I got 5 clips in the email today. I'm going to put 5 clips up. That's the last thing I'm trying to do. So, you know, I get it. And I'm not even blaming you. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. Of course. Why wouldn't you want to do the best for your channel? Why wouldn't you want to take the best videos for your channel? I'm not even blaming. I'm not even casting any kind of guilty aspersions on the guy. I just like, there's clearly a conflict of interest. And the videos you put up are the ones that are getting thousands of views, and the videos you send me are like Matt Poster, and we're going to get 500. And again, you can do this thing all day where you go like, well, you chose to cover Matt Poster. It's like, yeah, but we both know that's not the problem. Anyway, and we'll be covering Matt Poster for the rest of his life. We'll be covering Matt Poster for the rest of his life. Doom seems slightly obese. Based on what? Oh God, based on what? Is Doom a fatty? Is Doom a fatty too? No, I look, and by the way, I like all these Clippers channels, and I get it. Follow, by all means, follow Nat, Clo, and Stallion, and whatever happened to My Lost Interest? Is he dead now? And all these guys, they're all great. It's just like, if you have stake in one clip channel and not a stake in another clip channel, which one are you going to work the hardest on? Which one are you going to funnel the good clips to? It just, and then how do I find somebody who's a good editor and a good clipper who hasn't started their own clip channel? I mean, by the way, everybody who's not a good clipper has started their own clip channel. Jesus Christ. So I don't know. For now, it's fine. I told him we'd try a month, and we'll see how it goes. But, if after the month I have 7 videos of Matt Poster segments, it's like, that's not really what I'm. And again, I understand I do Matt Poster segments. That's not the argument. I'd argue they're not the most clip-worthy, clip-baitable stuff,
I did not headbutt that women.
After he explained to me it was just nose-to-nose anger and a shush hug, he didn't.
I lied in the documents because I was jealous of April.
See, just women being women. Even Kiki said it's just haters.
Also, it'll become a conflict of interest. Like, I want to pull, Friday night, Saturday, I wanted a clip of just the steel toe restraining order and text message stuff. But Doom pulled one of those and put it on his own channel. But I want one of those on my channel. It's my content, and I want one of those on my channel. So now I'll go pull it myself, I guess, and put it up on my clip channel. But now I'm competing with Doom. Now we literally have the same clips. You know what I mean? And also I have to go pull the good ones. Because they all go to his channel. So if it's about Stuttering John or Steel Toe, I got to go pull it. But if it's Kate Meany clip, I'll get it in my email. If it's a Matt Poster deep dive, I'll get it sent over. But am I an asshole if I go clip the same part of my show as Doom clipped and put it up? Now am I stealing Doom's content? You see how meta it gets? I don't even know, man. I don't even know. And by the way, he's giving me a great rate. I'm not complaining about the work. He's doing a great job and stuff. It's just I don't need 3 clips of Matt Poster in a week. I don't. Nobody wants to see that, including myself, and I'm the one covering it.
I've had the weekend to think about all this. It's hard for me to even understand how this happened. It's not like I'm this super villain, Machiavellian mastermind. I'm just a man of God in golf. I'm a Menard's dad. So, yeah, just going to address this briefly and quickly, as it's been tough for all of us. I am surrounded by liars. Everywhere I go, everywhere I look, someone is lying to me or about me. My ex-wife's polycule boyfriend, wife, Chinese restaurant family, the courts, Tri-County Broadcasting, all telling sweet little lies about the toe. It's really sad.
Moody's getting so frustrated because Moody's autistic about steel toe. We're doing an hour more before we get to the steel toe stuff, just so you know. And it's all going to be about Doom. I didn't have a problem with anybody this weekend, so I got to pick a fight with Doom. No, I don't have a problem at all. It's just there's a fundamental conflict of interest. There just is. It's never going to work out. I had Citizen M clipping for the channel before. And again, all Citizen M's clips that he puts on his own channel are far more intricate and edited way better. And, it's just why? And by the way, I get it. You're working harder on your own stuff than my stuff. But I need to just go find a guy who will work for money and not have other things in the back of his mind well, this one could go here, or this one could go here. I don't need somebody making choices about the editorial direction of which clips go where. And again, you couldn't help. This isn't an indictment of Doom at all. He couldn't help it. How you couldn't have 2 channels and not have this conflict. Of course, you it's not even his fault. He's got 2 channels. He's got an NLO clip. He's Melton won't get this up till Monday. I can get it up tonight. this one goes here, we'll send Melton a stale Matt Poster clip, and he won't know the difference. Again, I don't think there's any malicious intent involved in it, but I do notice. Michael Jamal said, I sent the clip. Thank you. We'll watch it for sure.
Dummy. Mike David has a myriad of clip channels. BFD.
What? The fuck does that have to do with anything?
Man. This sudden celebrity status has my head spinning. Mr. Imholte is trying to get me to quit my day job and join him as permanent second mic. He brings me close and whispers in my ear, "You're so remarkably talented.
Remarkably.
Join me."
Let me grab
Between my Harbor Freight content and this.
I'm going to grab a...
Go, Maddie, I don't want to do this in front of the kids. When they're gone, I've got a real surprise for you, sweetie. Yeah. Whoa. Going to change the name of our show to Careless Whispers with Mooby and Matt.
All right, I grabbed a new piece of Stuttering John's Baby to ride on for the new month. We have Flimsy Greenberg giving 10 membership. And of course, I can't get that up on the screen. All this stuff gets tested before the show. You can win. Flimsy Greenberg, thank you very much. Proctor, 13, becoming a new member. Thank you as well. And we'll get into the steel toe stuff in just a minute.
Look, I never said I was perfect. I tried to Eskimo kiss April and we bumped heads. Stuff happens. The bear hug. Come on, man. Hugs are all about love. If I'm accused of being aggressive with love, then count me guilty as charged.
Yeah, by the way, follow all those Clippers channel. I'm just talking mad shit. Follow Doom, follow Stallion, follow Nat Clo, follow My Lost Interest, follow all the guys. Okay, there were 3 new ones this weekend. I don't even know. I can't even think of the names. They were like regular names. One was like just like, you know, like Barney. Like they were just, what's happening? How bored is everybody getting? And they're lazy too. They're like all lowercase, no description, no keywords. Just somebody this weekend thought to themselves, I'll start a clip channel and put nothing into it. I'll just start a clip channel, put nothing into it.
I kind of like those clips on your channel. Just a normal man playing with children's toys. Like last night when I couldn't sleep, I played with my Mighty Max Skull Mountain playset. It reminds me of the days before everyone was doing drugs, kissing other people's wives, and headbutting faces.
The fact that he couldn't sleep one night and he got up to play with his little Hot Wheels elevator. And by the way, he played with it for like 7 minutes and then was like, all right, I'll try to go back to sleep now. I love a man who wakes up in the middle of the night to drink warm milk to go to bed. Warm milk?
What's this book, How to Handle Family Matters by Chris Benoit? Let's see. Weight bench, check. Beaten headbutt cunt wife, check. Strangle kids. Hey, kids. Come downstairs. I want to show you a new wrestling hold one at a time, please. Daddy's only got 2 arms and 3 trash bags. April looks like a really battered bird today.
April looks like a really battered
cool bird today.
Mr. Ham Pandler voting Aaron in our daily poll today. Who's lying the most? It's been a while since I've had a disharmonious tete-a-tete with Patrick. Are we getting that itch? You're the only one.
Melton's favorite word of the day is conflict of interest. And I do not have autism. The doctor said so last time he was over and I bashed my head into the wall. Then he prescribed me a bunch of shitty drugs. Then he vaccinated me and now I believe the earth is a spinning globe. This is the turn.
Do everything, turn. All right, we're going to watch. This is just to catch people up and give a little summary of what's happened here. Friday, there was a document release that detailed a harassment restraining order against Aaron Imholte by his first ex-wife, Ashley LARUE. In this document were several text messages and allegations about Aaron Imholte being physically abusive to April Imholte. April confided in Ashley over the course of a few months from May to August 2022, I believe, that Aaron had become physically abusive with her, had squeezed her until she couldn't breathe, and headbutted her. Now, I imagine the conversations these couple had in person were a lot more detailed and involved than the text messages. The text messages we see reference those incidents later on in you know, more in not as many words, but it's there. And more importantly, what we got out of this report is that April and Ashley not only had a functional relationship, working relationship as parent, step parent, but they spoke to each other like close girlfriends, calling each other honey, baby, darling. Oh my gosh. You know, I wish the best for you. You don't deserve that. You're an angel. You're the best thing that's ever happened to Aaron aside from our kids. And then they started confiding in each other that Aaron was such a monster. Aaron cannot be reasoned with. Aaron cannot be made happy. Aaron loves nobody but himself. All these messages, very, very revealing things between two people. One of them lamenting that the other one is still involved with Aaron and can't get out, knowing what a monster he is. Those are their words, monster. And when one of them called him a monster, the other one, April, said that's the perfect word for him. And this is 1 year into their marriage, calling him a monster, physically abusive, incapable of love, loves no one but himself, unable to make him happy, etc., etc., etc. All this comes out. Aaron finds out that they're commiserating behind his back, and Aaron sets in motion a plan to drive a wedge between these two for good. Part of that plan is completely eradicating communication outside of a group text. Now, Aaron's doing this under the guise of, I want to be a better parent. Let's get everybody on the same page. Let's put the step parents and us in a group text and we'll all be on the same page. The problem is Ashley and April had been texting, I'm going to guess since April was made a part of the family in a serious manner, and they were friends and they used to talk shit about Aaron behind his back. He didn't like this. He wanted everybody in the group text. Ashley didn't want April in the group text. Ashley didn't want her new husband, Balin, in the group text. And Aaron knew this, and Aaron started making demands and snapping his finger and becoming super unreasonable. And Aaron was the one who stopped bending, and every time Ashley wouldn't do what Aaron wanted, he would threaten to take her back to mediation. He would threaten to take her back in front of a judge. So this narrative that Ashley and April couldn't get along, Ashley and April were costing him tens of thousands of dollars, Ashley and April couldn't find a way to coexist, is horseshit. Ashley and April's natural state was getting along. Their natural state was helping each other. Their natural state was sympathy, nay, empathy for one another, because they shared this experience of being with this monster, and only they know his true personality, what he's like behind closed doors, his true narcissistic, megalomaniac abilities to wrangle people and coerce them into doing whatever he wants. They knew about this and they used to talk about it, and he wanted to shut that down. So he would threaten to go to mediation. He would threaten to take her to court. Don't talk to April without me. It's all got to be in the app. And again, he tries to do this thing, and you'll hear him do this today, where he goes, no, April and I noticed that Ashley was lying to us. She texted me one thing and April the other thing. What? What was the misunderstanding? What was the duplicitous text? Ashley told you A and told April B to fuck you guys up. No, that didn't happen. Aaron made this up. Aaron manufactured a reason why April should turn on Ashley. And he did. He turned his wife, current wife, on his ex-wife so that they would stop sharing information with each other, and mostly so April would stop telling every time that Aaron physically abused her. Like most physically abusive men, Aaron is on the show this morning completely discounting this, writing it off. But it's one of the poorest attempts I've ever seen at that, because in a way he doesn't even dispel the accusations. In a way he doesn't even say it didn't happen. He wants you to focus on other stuff. He wants you to focus on the fighting between Ashley and April. He wants you to focus on the fact that this is old. This is old. As if you beat a woman 2 years ago, it doesn't count. Those bruises are long healed. He wants you to think that because this is old and because it's between two people who don't get along now, that somehow that diminishes what it is. Somehow that makes it not important. Somehow that makes it not a crime. Somehow that makes it not completely enveloped in the definition of domestic abuse. I mean, what are we talking about? Just because it's old? Just because this happened before? I don't know. Dabbleversity says, recommendation, just edit your clips strictly for your channel because it's a paid job, and just use clips from other shows for the Clippers channel. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I mean, like that, his whole thing is like, you're not going to put this out till Monday. This will be huge for my channel if I put it out today. I do get it. I understand what he's saying. I understand that entire argument. My argument that it's like, when you say huge for your channel, we're talking about like 3,000 views, 5,000 views. You'll never make $50 off that video. You'll never make $25 off that video. So like, it is better to just like sell it to me. These videos are never going to make you $25 a piece in ads. Like ever. Don't get me wrong. They'll grow your channel. I see the value in it. I'm not even arguing. No one's mad at Doom. You got to do what you got to do. And if you choose your own channel over mine, it's I get it. Why wouldn't you? I'd choose my channel over yours. I'd hold Doom underwater until he couldn't breathe. That's what I'm going to do when it comes time to pay him. You think you're getting money out of me? I stiff everyone.
I find it interesting that no one seems to care about how sore my forehead was or even my beer-hugging arms. Do you have any idea how much stress your arms suffer when you're squeezing the air out of somebody?
Do you know how bony April is? Oh, it's the fucking worst. MGD says you're overthinking Clippers. I'm not. I promise you. Don't rack your head about what I'm racking my head about. Okay? Don't worry about it. Dan G gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Dan G. These are all sound effects I'm hitting that still don't work.
I've made a huge mistake.
I got to set the old computer up after this today and get them. I got to get them. You guys are demanding the sound. You're like, we want the sound. We want the sound. And then, of course, I don't know this, but I'm willing to bet that Aaron asked Aaron asked Keanu on the show this morning. I also have a feeling that Aaron is using April this morning, or using Keanu a little bit this morning. I don't know what they talked about. I'm gonna do something here that I rarely would do. I'm gonna give Keanu the benefit of the doubt, and I know I shouldn't based upon Friday night. You know, Friday night she literally called in and said, "I haven't heard from April, so I have to assume she's doing drugs and mixed up in a cult." And then out of the same fucking mouth, minutes later, "I haven't talked to Aaron, so I have to assume, this is all bullshit." So you haven't talked to April, and you assume she's in a cult doing drugs. And you haven't talked to Aaron, you have to assume he's completely innocent. Okay. You just can't help this bitch. I'm telling you. I knew it Friday night before she called in. There's no reaching Keanu C. Thompson. Keanu C. Thompson is marrying Gino Bisconte and thinks it's a good career move to be a sidekick to Aaron Imholte. There's no reaching Keanu C. Thompson. It's over. It's done. And I would imagine he tried to get her on this morning. I would think she said no, but I guess she called him yesterday. And he was able to completely work his Mooby magic on her and make her understand that, like, yeah, that was a long time ago and that never happened. By the way, his whole thing for, like, how Keanu should know that this is not true is, you've seen me around April. Yeah. Yeah, no, again, abuse is super rare. And men and women who are involved in domestic abuse can never act normal in public. They can never keep it a secret. Keanu's been around April 2 times. Don't you think she would have noticed something? Fucking idiots. I mean, they're idiots. This is why we can't worry about it. I can't. We'll have Keanu and Johnny and Matt back on here co-signing this complete nut jobs bullshit, and it'll be fine. And fuck every one of you who's starting this shit too. Melton, she's on vacation. She's been on 5 shows this weekend. You're dumb. You're stupid. You're stupid. Beat it. Go find a new show. I'm not kidding. I mean it. I'm not looking for hits and clicks. I'm not. We don't need fucking idiots around here. You're too dumb to be a part of Nobody Likes Onions. Shoo now. Shoo now. Beat it. Beat it. Melton, she can't appear on his show. She's on vacation with her mom. She can only go on NLO on Friday night, and she can only go on Win by 2 on Sundays, and she can't go on this show. It's impossible. Melton, she's on vacation with her mama. First of all, keep your mom out of the sun. She looks dry. She could spontaneously combust like a scarecrow. Keep that mom out of the sun. I mean, but again, you're just the dumbest person on earth. Oh, fuck, she's on vacation? Yeah, she couldn't possibly. No one's ever come on a show on vacation. Oh, wait, she did. Twice this weekend already. Huh. Thank you for the $2. We're dealing with the dumbest people on the planet, and we're watching Steel Toe hit sub 500 numbers as we speak. Can we get into it? Can we just dive into it this morning? Let's see what old Mooby had to say.
So, morning show. I'm Aaron Imholte. Happy 4th of July week. Happy 4th of July week. The weekend's still coming up. A lot of stuff to talk about what's coming up this week.
Did he have a members-only show last night? By the way, hit the like button. Sorry, we haven't done any of that house cleaning stuff. Hit the like button today. Almost 1,000 of you tuning in. We're getting into it. I'm going to point out everything wrong with what he's trying to do today. And by the way, he thinks it's done. He thinks it's over. Today, he didn't want to talk about it. You know, every other day, it's my life. It's the news. I'm sorry. I know you're all sick of it, but the Ricadas are my life and the news and CNN. I'm like OJ, and it's just on every channel, and you can't get away from it. It's my life. It's my life. Today, we got to move on. We got to move on. People are sick and tired. You know when we'll come back to it? When the body cam footage is released. Now that there are court documents being released and allegations against me, we've got to move on. We've got to move on. 2 weeks. The cocaine test and the hair follicle test, those documents we need to show and go over and comb over them and scream. This one, we need to move on, guys. We need to move on. We can't do this just nonstop steel toe Ricada stuff. We've got to move on. It's my life. It's the news, but I don't want to talk about it because it's bad for me. So let's move on and talk about Trump. Unfucking real. Anonymous says, I can only take the Vegas Queen in small doses. A clip channel would be perfect. I don't know what this means, but I agree. Hold on. Mr. Nobody's back. He says, I don't come on shows unless you want a tribute. What? Okay, we can't read any more of those messages. They're just too dumb to read. So don't super chat anymore. We can't read them. We're not allowed. I've been told. I'm getting word from my producer that you're too dumb to talk to. And we've been told to move on and never address you again. Okay, Mr. Nobody? So nobody talked to Mr. Nobody in our chat. Nobody acknowledged him. Nobody put up with that. We're gonna move on. We can't deal with him. Nobody look at him. Nobody, even if he talks in the chat, pretend like you don't see his words. Silent treatment. You heard? Here we go.
What we're doing this week. We will not. I don't have Matt this week. Matt's very busy. So what I've decided to do.
He's losing Matt. He's losing Gino. God, Keanu, hurry up. Get back. We got to get Keanu back.
You guys have been extremely supportive of the show, especially the last few months.
15 show streak. 15 show streak. I mean, that's crazy since we watched him miss twice last week. This guy's on a roll.
We've had some good fortune. We're going to take evening shows off for the 4th of July weekend. I don't know how much people are going to be inside watching streaming shows at night anyway this week. So I just figured.
What? He's taking the whole week off from the night shows because people aren't going to be inside watching streaming shows this week. Got it? You know how your family all comes over for 4th of July week and they're like, no streaming shows, whatever you do. People don't watch streaming shows 4th of July week. It's a known thing, guys. He's taking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off because Thursday is a holiday. And no one's going to be watching Monday and Tuesday when there's a firework holiday Thursday. It just doesn't make sense.
We'll do the 3 morning shows, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
So he's already taking Thursday and Friday off. I hope he fantasizes about taking another trip and then remembers that it costs money again, because that never gets old. But not only is he taking off Thursday and Friday, he's taking off 3 shows in the night, so 5 shows this week and the members show. Am I correct? There was no members show last night. So 6 out of 9 shows he's not doing this week because there's going to be fireworks in the sky on Thursday. Got it? Got it. And he only did 1 night show last week and no Sunday show. So we're really watching like the remnants of Steel Toe. Everything we ever knew about Steel Toe's kind of gone away. Prize nights are gone. VIP is done. When you join VIP now, there's less promises. You don't get future merch because there is no future merch. You don't really get the past merch because he doesn't have any. He'll order it, but who knows when they'll be able to iron on a new decal. What with the backup down at the embroidery shop. The goal was supposed to be lowered. We're now in July. Hello. April, May, June, July. Just as soon as we get April off the books. Just as soon as we get April's truck off the books. When will that be? When will that 150 off the morning goal, 100 off the night goal. That's what he said. Then last week he said we might be able to take 10 off. We might be able to take 20 off. But the raises we've given Johnny, the raises we've given Matt, even though, again, Matt's not here and we're not doing night shows, Keanu's not here, and Gino wasn't here last week, but we're paying out more money than ever for these people who aren't showing up. Believe me, we're hemorrhaging cash over here. It cost us twice as much to not have Gino on as it does to have him on. How come when there's a Friday where you don't have to pay Gino, there's not 100 less on the goal? How come when there's a day where you don't have a co-host, it's not less? None of it makes sense. None of it makes any fucking sense. And now he's doing so well, he can just afford to drop shows. Remember, nothing rolls over anymore. The night show doesn't roll over to the morning show anymore unless he kind of feels like it. That thousands of dollars he made from his wife getting arrested with Nick Rekieta, that didn't roll over because we'd still be on that. It's just very, very odd. Dan G and DK, I can't thank you guys enough for your 20 memberships right out of the gate, right with Flimsy, and you're all going down on the July Walk of Fame too. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We got a fish lunch.
Dan G and DK, 20 memberships each. That's 50 memberships in this show. 50 fucking memberships in this show. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. By the way, that's the goal. We've hit Steel
And
Toe's
we'll take
goal.
the evening shows off. And that'll be the holiday week. Hey, some people are taking this whole week off.
Hey, put your wrist away. Don't leave your wrist out there like that. Just hanging.
And that'll be the
Watch it.
holiday
1,
week.
1,000,
Hey,
2,
some people are
1,000,
taking this
3,
whole week off.
1,000. Look at that whole wrist just hanging there.
We're going to do Monday.
Hold on. His answer to, like, if you call him lazy, he's like, hey, some people are taking the whole week off. Who? Unemployed people? Who's taking the whole week off because there are fireworks in the sky Thursday night? Is everyone all right?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Johnny's going to be on a little bit later today. We got some stuff I want to address, and then we'll bring Johnny on. I didn't want to have Johnny on while I address this stuff because I didn't want people going like, oh, he's going to have a yes man on. Blah, blah.
No. I would be willing to bet you asked Keanu to be on today. I can't prove it. I know she'll never say, and he'll never say, I'll bet money he asked Keanu to be on today. I'll bet money. Do you guys like money? I'd bet it. I would bet it. There's no way he didn't ask Keanu not to be on today. He's got one woman in his life, aside from Slam Piece. One woman who can come stand by his side while he claims he didn't beat his wife. And she's not there. Who else? He doesn't have any fucking friends, much less girlfriends. So,
First of all, the thing I'm going to address today, I'm not addressing it for people who hate Steel Toe or.
no, you're addressing it for everyone. You beat your wife. By the way, sue me if I'm lying. You beat your wife. You're a woman abuser. You're a wife abuser. You physically beat your wife. You physically abuse your wife. Sue me if I'm lying. It's evidence in a fucking court document. You choked your wife until she couldn't breathe. You squeezed her like a boa constrictor. You mashed her face. Hello? Your wife ran to your ex-wife, the person she probably trusts least in the world, you know, if you just take a look at what their relationship is supposed to be on paper, and told her you were abusing her. I mean, you're a woman abuser. Psychologically, mentally, fundamentally, physically. This never goes away. He thinks he's going to address this for 30 minutes today, and this is over. And by the way, he wants it done. We got to get onto Trump. We got a lot of news stories to do today. Every other weekend when something comes out about Nick Rekieta, sorry, it's my life. It's the news. Today, we got to move on, guys. I can't spend all day addressing these allegations that I'm a completely broken, womanizing piece of shit. We can't spend too much time on that.
Hang out on hate Reddits or host hate shows. It doesn't matter what would come out about me. If it was positive, they'd deny it. If it was negative, they'd accept it, whether it was true or not.
Look how tight. Watch his little copy hands. Watch his tight little hand wringing while he tells you it's not serious.
Host hate shows. It doesn't matter what would come out about me. If it was positive, they'd
look at this.
Deny it. If it was negative.
I never ever in my life have done this. Grabbed my fist and just squeezed it to make it feel better. Like, he's so autistically weird.
If they'd accept it, whether it.
The fact is, my haters will never accept it.
Was true or not. So I'm not going to waste my breath.
So again, court documents have come out that support that Aaron Imholte abuses his ex-wife and current wife, then current wife. These are court documents. It's evidence. It's no different. By the way, it's no different than them finding a gun underneath a bed. That's evidence. And these text messages that were turned in by Ashley LaRue are evidence. Like it or not. Like it or not. And he goes, she turned in all this stuff. He'll get to this, but he says,
It's like boom, a boom. I put it in her nose like slam, slam. I heard the crowd screaming out jam, jam. I swear that I'm telling you the facts because that's how I beat Ape.
Okay, people are dumb. We got a guy in the chat going like, it's not evidence, it's allegations. No, it's evidence. It's evidence. Sit back and shut up. Okay? Calm down. Are there allegations? Yes. The text messages attached to that document are evidence, not allegations. Evidence. Now, is it evidence of abuse? No, it's evidence of allegations of abuse. Yes. But the noun is evidence. It's not an allegation. It's evidence of allegations. It's evidence inside of a fucking petition for a restraining order that was then granted based on the evidence in which it contains. Ashley LaRue went to a court and said, here's what's happened under penalty of perjury. This happened. Here are messages, evidence proving that it happened. His wife came to me and said she's being abused. His wife came to me and said she's being headbutted and squeezed to the point that she can't breathe. And all that, Ashley's testimony and the text messages themselves are evidence. It's evidence. If Ashley LaRue lied in those documents, she can go to jail. Under penalty of perjury, those texts are real. And no one's even saying the text messages aren't real. And Aaron wants you to believe Ashley lied to the court. Aaron wants you to believe that April lied to Ashley. This is the chain. This is the chain we're in. You have to believe that both April is lying and Ashley is lying, in which case the only person telling the truth in this triumvirate is Mooby. So let me get this straight. April's lying about Aaron, and April's lying about Ashley. Ashley's lying about Aaron, and Ashley's lying about April. But Aaron's telling the truth about everything. Sound like a thing that could happen? Everyone's lying except Aaron about everything. Aaron lies about Ashley, and Ashley lies about April. Ashley lies. Aaron tells the truth about everybody, but April lies about Aaron and Ashley. Okay.
Defending myself against people who want.
He's like, can you imagine if I defended myself against this stuff? Stand in the town square. Stand in the town square and admit what you did. Come forward and admit what you did. It's almost like he knew all this was coming out and was trying to get ahead of it by sucking up to his ex-wife and shitting all over April. And now, again, he's gone completely soft on April this morning. Before this week, we all remember last week he had a breakdown. Remember with the therapist? When he was like, I just hate her so much. I hate her so much. He confided in us last Wednesday. He has so much hate for her. What she did to him. Hate. He said it. I hate her. I hate her so much. This vile vitriol inside of him. Today, he's like, if April could be here today, I'm sure she'd tell you that I never, ever, ever did anything to her. She just, so she made that up. She was having a bad day. She texted your ex-wife, I'm going to Litchfield now. I'm crying. He squeezed me until I couldn't breathe and headbutted me. And by the way, this happened more than once. He wants you to fucking forget that. He wants you to think this happened one time. He'll keep going on and on about how this is the worst day ever. This is just one bad fight. Yada, yada, yada. For months, April came to Ashley LaRue and told her about this abuse. For months. It's in the documents. So either Ashley LaRue is a liar and is lying to the court, or Aaron is a liar and he's trying to downplay physical abuse in his marriage, maybe for the second time. Why is it that Ashley LaRue doesn't have a problem believing all this and calling him a monster? Why is it that Ashley LaRue has this built-in sympathy and almost firsthand knowledge of what April is going through? Possibly because it happened to her as well. How many women get physically abused and never come forward about it? How many men say it'll never happen again? They bury it, sweep it under the rug. And by the way, a lot of times it doesn't happen again. Maybe it doesn't happen again. Maybe it was just once or twice. Maybe it was just in the beginning of a relationship and then the man figured out this isn't going to fly with her. I'll knock it off. I'll find a better way to deal with my emotions and my rage. It happens. It happens a lot. You be the judge. Watch his behavior, just like Nick Rekieta says, and you decide what's going on.
Me dead. That would be.
Oh, did we play the thing, by the way? Sorry, we got an EP today. Very appropriate. April LaRue is our executive producer of the day. Thank you very much. This is wrapping up our fantastic Hackamonthia of May, June. So we'll finish that out this week with all these people. Couldn't have done this without you guys. Thank you so much for the support of the program. It runs deep, and it's very appreciated. Thank you very much. And then we're starting the new list for July. We got Flimsy, DK, and Dan G on it so far. Anonymous says, "Baby boy, how many clip channels does Red Bar have? Do you hear Mike calling about stolen content?" It's called, yeah, you're not, again, you're too dumb to be involved in this conversation. No one is mad anyone's stealing content. No one's mad there's too many clippers. You're fundamentally not plugged into the argument and too dumb. And I mean it. I just mean this. I'll happily refund this or whatever. You're too dumb to be a part of Nobody Likes Onions. See yourself out. No one's even, this isn't even an argument. Melton's mad because people are stealing his content and there's too many clip channels. Yes, that is what this fight was about.
Hey, this is Butch. I heard you were successful in issuing a protective order. So how do I do that, Ms. LaRue?
First, you got to make sure you were actually threatened or harassed.
What's threatened?
Pick up my new book, Life After Protective Orders, an introduction to the Wizard app.
Can I trade you for some salsa? You got to have a refrigerator, though.
DK.
Mooby ain't built for a stretch upstate. He tried to give me the old boa constrictor, so I picked up my book, Love Until Forever, and slapped his mask. He dropped just like when the little girl choked him out at the wedding.
Oh, God. And then he does this thing, too. He does this thing in a minute where he's like, do you really believe I ever laid hands on April? Like, I would kill her. Like, look at me. I'm built like I'm Brock Lesnar, pretty much. I'm a monster. I would destroy her. We're not doing any calls today. I can't. You're all too dumb. Sorry. You've proven it. You've proven it. Imagine me going like, I think there's a conflict of interest between this clipper because he's like, he has to decide which channel to put an NLO clip on. Wow, Melton's mad that there's too many clippers stealing his content. Yes, that is what I'm mad about. I can't. You've got to go. You're making my life too hard. You're all too dumb. I'm not going to have 90 side arguments. No one's mad about the number of clippers. Everyone be a clipper today. I don't give a fuck. Everyone clip my content. I don't care about that either. That's not the point at all. Everyone in the chat can clip my content. I don't care. That ain't it. I still need a clip. I don't care if you have a clip. I still need a clip. I'm going to the clip store. It's all bottom of the barrel. Bargain clips. It's all like any clip in this bin, $1. And I go over there and it's all just matte poster clips. And I'm like, fuck. Somebody got all the good clips. Somebody got all the good clips. Was Stalin here? Did I miss Stalin? Did he come in here? Take all the good clips out of the bin? When are you guys getting new clips in? When are you getting a fresh load of clips? Mr. Nobody, do you need a love hug until you can't breathe? That would be great. I'd love that, actually. Why do you think April is staying quiet, says Kim Nicholson. I mean, wait until you see what he says. He basically threatens her. He low key threatens her. Hold on, Doom says no more Matt clips. We get it. No, that's not true either, by the way. Because you know what'll happen? Something awesome will happen this week with Matt. And then I'll be like waiting for that clip to come, and you'll be like, you said no more Matt clips. I'm not saying that. I swear to God, Doom, I'm taking you out for a double cheeseburger. We're going to set this all straight. Me and Doom are going to fight over a pinball machine and some spicy fries. Anonymous says your refrigerator needs a protective. Your refrigerator needs a protective.
Tonight on The Spiraling Toilet, we look at the rise and fall of steel toe. What began as a headbutt and bear hug ultimately led to four ways, guns on the floor, cocaine in a child's hair, naked men in the kitchen, religious epiphanies, and emotional support from Keanu.
That's true. On this year's season finale. George, thank you for the membership. Chris, member for 9 months. The loss of confidence over the weekend is stunning. Gregory B., member for 13 months. Can't wait for Aaron to end up in jail with all these coloreds he hates. This is basically Dr. Disrespect. He's telling everybody he's going away for a extended vacation. It has nothing to do with the allegations that just dropped. It just happens to be scheduled. We got Steel Toe Morning Show, a guy who begs for money for a living. He's canceling shows left and right this week because he doesn't want to come out and talk to you because of the allegations. He's hoping after this holiday weekend, this will all blow over. I'm not going to come on tonight or tomorrow night or Wednesday night. We'll get through today. 2 more of these. Then you guys will have a 5-day, 4-day weekend. Hopefully we come back next week. Hopefully one of Nick Rekieta's kids dies from cocaine or something so we can move on. Because, hopefully some more documents drop that we can totally take at face value. Because these documents we can't. These documents are fake. These documents are between 2 vindictive bitches who couldn't get along. 2 women who are behind me. I mean, no offense to April, but she was a simple Litchfield whore. And I'm not allowed to talk bad about Ashley LaRue, but this bitch has been a pain in my ass for 20 years almost now. Jesus Christ. We get it. You have 3 kids and you want them to be mine. Fine, I'll take Emily too. Anything about him, he wants it to go away. Anything about him is not real. I guess I'll answer these allegations, but
ridiculous. So I'm going to talk about it for the fans. And honestly, this is something, I'm sorry to say, that's been addressed on this program before.
Okay. So this is smokescreen number 1. This is horse shit number 1. Has anything ever come up about Aaron squeezing April until she can't breathe or headbutting her? No. The answer is no. I won't wait. The answer is no. This has never come up before, and this has not been addressed. Watch the spin and the cope on this. By the way, we're staring at over 1,000 this morning. Aaron can't hit that combined on Rumble and YouTube, no matter how many times he wants to tell you that. Oh no, I'm getting some messages here. Oh no. So let's take a look at what he tells you. But this is lie number one. This is lie number one. We already addressed this on this program. The allegations of me squeezing April until she can't breathe and headbutting her, we've already talked about this. No, we haven't. Play a clip. Play a clip of it being addressed. How come no one has a clip of it being addressed? Anybody?
By myself and April.
And again, just in case you don't believe him, he's going to look out the window in anger to prove it. This has already been addressed by myself and April. Yeah, you remember the show where they came out and she said, I accused him of strangling me, but he didn't. Remember that one? We all remember that episode. We all remember that episode of Steel Toe where they addressed the strangulation.
That's been addressed on this program before by myself and April. This is something that we addressed the best we could at the time because
Wow.
Because of what we're both under before. So over the weekend, a small corner of the internet got a hold of it and went,
Now, this was released by the same people that released the Nick Rekieta document. It's literally been photocopied on the same machine. This was released on Kiwi Farms, the same place as the Rekieta document. Everything he's been getting about Nick Rekieta and his wife and Kayla Rekieta in this whole case has come from the same place as this. But now all of a sudden it's a small group released. A few people got a hold of. An angry contingent of steel toe haters is trying to put forth the narrative that I guess it leaked and a couple of people are throwing around this document that purports that No, it's the same. It was released the same place as all the other documents. The same number of people have seen it. It's the reason almost 1,100 people are tuning in right now. Everyone's seen it. Everyone who's familiar with the Rekieta case has seen it. This idea that it's somehow not a big deal. Yeah, I guess a small handful of people, just a few, got a hold of something.
So over the weekend, a small corner of the internet got a hold of it and went,
I mean, he's not wrong. It is a small corner of the internet, but again, it's the same corner of the internet that's been following all of this. It's the same corner of the internet that's been following every bit of this stuff since you've been following. And by the way, it was all good enough for you to comb over, put up on the screen, have Johnny come in, have Keanu come in, speculate, make things up about it, get mad at the things you made up, admonish them and give them moral lessons about the things you made up that you imagined they were perpetrating still. I mean, so facts are facts. Everything that comes out about Rekieta and April is worthy of not only taking at face value, but speculating and ramping up, furious speculation amongst fans about what they're doing. DQ grill and chill. These are all facts that can't be disputed. And we've got to spend time on them. Look, I wish we didn't have to go over the grill and chill. I wish we didn't have to do that, but people send me this stuff. What am I supposed to do? But now all of a sudden something comes out about Aaron, and it's like, guys, do I even have to address this? Yeah, you do. Guys, obviously this is fake. We've addressed this on the show before. Play a clip. When did you address you beating April? When did you address you beating your wife? I must have missed that episode of the fun Steel Toe Pro Show. I must have missed the episode, a very special episode where Aaron beats the bitch. Guys, we addressed this on the show. Hello? We handled this.
All right, folks, have to take the time to address this issue. I'm absolutely sick and tired of this idiot Big Sauce going around saying, I abuse women. Everybody knows I don't abuse them. I beat them. There's a remarkably big difference between the two.
Aha, my smoking gun.
By the way, that was the name of the NLO show Friday. Steel Toe Smoking Gun. But he doesn't watch. And he doesn't address NLO.
Really? A 2.5-year-old fight?
Again, this is the spin. This is when he comes out of the gate. Not, I didn't hit her. Not, I didn't choke her within an inch of her life. Not, I didn't headbutt her. His opening salvo for handling this rumor, according to him, is, really? You're bringing up old shit? That's how he starts his defense. That's how he just starts his defense. You're accusing me of choking a woman? What, 2.5 years ago? That's the answer? By the way, the timeline is fucked. Don't believe a word he says when it comes to timelines. This was 1.5 years ago. This is 1.5 years ago when this document was filed. 1 year and 4 months, if you want to nitpick. August 2022. This was put in motion in December 2023. So we're really talking about 1 year and a quarter. He wants you to think it's 2.5 years ago. August this year would be 2 years. So it sure ain't 2.5 years ago. May through August 2022, he was physically abusing his wife, according to his own wife's words to Ashley LaRue, as Ashley LaRue attested to under the penalty of perjury. So we can keep doing this hearsay thing. Right. Under the penalty of perjury. It's not a light thing. Don't forget, Ashley LaRue had been through court with her husband many, many times. It's a tumultuous relationship. The kid stuff, the custody stuff, the fact that he won't pay his fair share and had to get the court to lower the state minimum guideline so that he could be a cheapskate father. She wanted more court. Ashley wanted to do this? No. She really felt there was a need. She felt there was a reason she had to do this and go to court. And then what? She was afraid that the restraining order wouldn't go through, so she made up an account of domestic violence. And by the way, if you were going to make up an account of domestic violence, wouldn't you make it up more recently? So she puts down 1 year ago when your wife was telling her about the violence that you were perpetrating on her for months. Multiple incidents. Again, this isn't one incident. Let him keep spinning it. It's in the document. From May to August 2022, April was confiding in Ashley about abuse. May, June, July, August. That's 4 months. It's almost as much time as he's had to lower the goal since April left. This was not one incident. And the fact that he keeps trying to go like 2 years ago. Yeah, I choked a woman 2 years ago. Yeah, I headbutted a woman 2 years ago. This is irrelevant. And the fact that it's the first thing he brings up in a defense is that, yeah, that's old shit.
Really? A 2.5-year-old fight? Internet got a hold of it and went, aha, my smoking gun. Really? A 2.5-year-old fight?
Yeah, there's no court documents of me strangling a bitch from 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 9 years ago, 32 years ago. It doesn't exist. There's no court documents about me headbutting or preventing a woman from breathing. It's alarming that you think because it's 2 years old, it doesn't matter. Yeah, well, where's that bitch now? She's probably dead. Who cares? I mean, fuck. Why aren't you owning up to what you did? How come you're not like cocaine swinging? That was months ago. Can we move on? No. Why don't you just stand in what you did and own it?
With no allegations of abuse from either of the two parties, but rather a third party.
So again, the third party he's referencing here is Ashley LaRue. We have to put some context here. He's been talking about his ex-wife for months now, saying we have a great relationship, everything's fine, she knows everything. Me and my ex-wife are great. Ashley knows everything. He's been talking about her very openly recently. Every time he mentions her, it is a violation of that protection order. Mentioning her, not disparaging her, not talking poorly about, not spreading rumors, not falsifying testimony. If he brings Ashley LaRue up, it is a violation of a court order, and that means he has violated that court order dozens of times in the past couple months. Now, Moody made a great point, but if a Clipper wants to make their legacy, speaking of Clippers, wink, wink, if a Clipper really, really wanted to make their legacy, go through the past couple months and clip out every single incident he's mentioned Ashley LaRue on his show. Every single one of those is a violation. And by the way, Ashley LaRue is not the plaintiff for executing this order. The state of Minnesota is. So the DA has a jurisdictional responsibility to carry out that protective order. And if he mentions Ashley, he's in violation. And it's not up to Ashley to go to the court and say he's violating the order. The court can just press charges every time he mentions her. And again, there are dozens. It's very, very telling how cautious he's talking today. This third party, he won't even say her name. He won't say my ex-wife. He won't say any. Today he's real tight-lipped about it. Why? Because he's been loose-lipped. This whole time we've been talking about, does he not understand this can all come back to bite him? And he's like, it's cool, we talked. She ain't in control anymore. There's a government-issued protective order. She's not in control of it anymore. She can't stop it unless it goes away. She has to get rid of it. She can't stop it now that it's going. So he's really treading lightly here. It's a totally different way to talk about his ex than he has for the past couple months.
Retelling as that third party is putting legal papers on both of us.
Okay, hold on a second too, because there's something he covered up real quick here.
Fight with no allegations of abuse from either of the two parties, but rather a third party.
Okay, so there's no allegations of abuse from either of the two parties, but a third party. Who are the two parties? He's confusing you. There's no two parties. The two parties, by the way, is April and Ashley. Who is the third party? He's trying to confuse you. I mean, unless he's counting himself as one of the first parties. There are allegations of abuse by April. There are. To Ashley. Confirmed. Documented. And again, not just hearsay. It goes beyond hearsay when it's entered into evidence. When it's entered into evidence, we have a person saying under penalty of law, under penalty of perjury, this is real. And he's not even denying the screenshots are real. So he's spinning things here. He wants to lie to you. There are no allegations that I ever did that to April. Yes, there are. From April. To Ashley. There are allegations. We've seen them. We've read them. So this is another smoke and mirror trick. And again, I love to have to see him do this, walk this delicate balance of not pissing off his ex-wife, mother of his children, but also calling her a bald-faced liar. And saying, not only calling her a liar, saying she lied in court documents, saying she lied under penalty of perjury under oath, while trying to maintain this newfound peaceful relationship. No, me and my ex-wife get along great. She's great. Except for that time she was a complete lying cunt in that document 4 or 5 months ago. Again, this isn't forever ago. This is in January. In January, Ashley LaRue was saying this about April. April is being abused. Now they get along fine, and is Ashley going to come out and go, yeah, I lied in that just to get a restraining order. Sorry. He never hurt her. Interesting how he's going to play this.
Retelling as that third party is putting legal papers on both of us. I mean, all right, fine.
So this is the ex-wife he gets along with. Listen how he's talking to her now. Like, all right, I mean, I guess
I'll play. I'll address it. First of all, we'll get to it in a little bit. We'll talk about the whole thing. I will say this. I have been talking to people.
Whenever he says we're going to get to it in a little bit, we'll talk about it later. That means he's going to talk about it right now. Strap in.
I don't think any of you can understand the gravity of my situation, how remarkable it is. People are going back 24 months in my life and bringing up ancient history. I pray none of you ever have every single member of your immediate family lie about you.
Right.
A small group of steel-toed detractors has infiltrated the Sauk Rapids Municipal Family Court system. Likely a plan that took years to hatch and unfold with the cooperation of multiple law enforcement agencies as well as some of my closest family members. Keanu said these people are all crazy.
Yep.
Just a few bars. Clipping, dripping, hash brown dipping. Gonna put Woods girl in the clinch. Forget that wench. Mooby misses the tuna pocket. Now he caught a court docket.
Gregory B says, can't wait for Aaron to end up in jail with all the coloreds that he hates. Jesus Christ. Ricada be fallen. From the beginning, he's only told us, from the beginning, he has only told KF stories. He didn't say anything negative about Kayla until KF turned on her. Who's KF? Josh from Jersey, member for 6 months. April is stupid. Ashley is smart. They were never friends. Ashley used April for intel. She was played. It was a work. Yeah, but does that mean the abuse is fake?
People in private. Keanu and I had a lovely talk.
All right, so this is what I think this is the first time he uses Keanu to make, he doesn't have any female friends. He doesn't have any women who'll come on the show except Keanu. So he really needed her there today to like be by his side and tell everybody he's not a bad man. He's a safe man. He's a good man. And he didn't have that. So now he'll tell you, he's going to tell us all morning long that Keanu's okay with it. Keanu knows it didn't happen. I talked to Keanu about it. She's fine. And that's supposed to make you go, well, if a woman is friends with him, then he can't be that dangerous. If a woman who's hung out with him twice and knew his wife and she never saw a bruise on her, then he couldn't have abused her. We got to give abusers the benefit of the doubt. We got to give abusers the benefit of the doubt when they're Aaron. Right? So watch him use Keanu now and tell you that he feels better now because he talked to Keanu and she's cool and she knows it was all just bullshit. So he feels better now that she knows that it's all fake.
I have been talking to people in private. Keanu and I had a lovely talk yesterday. I'm not going to say the specifics of the talk,
but he will. Watch this.
Let's just say it made me feel a lot better.
Everything's about making Aaron feel better. Guys, I have a new girl. I don't want to brag too much. I don't want to say too much. She's helping me get through this. I wouldn't have the confidence I have without her. She has made me feel better. I am getting through this because of the people. I'm doing great. I talked to Keanu yesterday, and she made me feel like $1,000,000. She's great. She's so smart when she agrees with me
about the whole thing. There is a way I can talk to people in private about this that I cannot talk about publicly.
I don't know if that's true either. Is he allowed to like talk about Ashley in private? Because then what happens if Keanu goes out and tells everything he said in private on a broadcast? Moody seems to think that he can get in trouble for people talking about Ashley in his chat room. If he doesn't ban them from his chat room, he can get in trouble for people talking shit about Ashley in his chat room because he's allowing a venue, he's facilitating a place for people to disparage. Not even disparage, just talk about good or bad. Just talk about her. He's doubling down in the chat. Moody says it's only his show that he can't. So I guess he can tell Keanu everything, spill the bean.
Right now, a third party.
Again, this is Ashley LaRue, his ex-wife, mother of his children, who he's been talking about freely until this week. It's weird. He's been saying, we get along great. Everything's fine now. We're closer than ever, which is a weird thing to say about a woman you used to be married to. No, our relationship's better than ever now that we're divorced and it's been years. Okay, odd. But I don't believe you because here you are. Now when the shit's hitting the fan, here you are back on Monday morning saying a third party that shall not be named. I don't think you're close. I think it's like everything else in your life, motherfucker. I think you've lied about it to try to gaslight yourself into thinking things are fine. Just like you did about your wife being on coke, just like you did about your wife being on Nick's dick, just like you did about the goal being hit. Everything that comes out now just basically confirms you're poor. You're screaming about finally getting money saved up again for the first time. We're watching you talk about how Ashley bled you in court. We know that you can't afford to pay the state minimum requirement for child support. You cannot afford to pay. So we're starting to see behind the curtain a little bit that you're just broke as fuck and panicky as fuck and lie to everyone's face while you know, the warehouse backstage is on fire. So the fact that you're out here now going like, yeah, me and my ex-wife are great. We're really honest. We get to the kids. We talk better than ever. Anything. All this again while there's an active restraining order. You're not allowed to talk to her about anything other than the kids. You're not legally permitted to talk to Ashley LaRue about anything else other than your kids. Hello? How do you have the best relationship? How are you communicating better than ever? You're legally not allowed to. You're not allowed to bring up anything to Ashley LaRue that isn't about your children. If Ashley, somebody said this and it was a great point. If Ashley LaRue called you about U2's latest album and asked you if you heard the songs, you'd be in violation if you answered. Is U2 still a band? Do they have songs? That's what we're dealing with. You literally cannot communicate with her about anything other than the children. But your relationship's better than ever, and that's why you have to call her the third party today on your show, because things are so good. Got it.
Has an order on both April and I that really prevents us from fully talking about the full story of all of this stuff.
Now, again, how convenient. How convenient When it comes to Nick's kids and Aaron's kids and the Rekida's arrest and the divorce and April leaving the children and April and Ashley's relationship as it pertains to the Rekidas and the drugs and him getting out of there and saving the kids, he can run his mouth about Ashley all the time. Again, Clippers, if you sent that stuff to the DA, the onus would be on them to press charges. They're all violations of that HRO. Every time he mentions her, it's a violation of that HRO. And he's done it on his show a dozen times over the past month and a half. And now all of a sudden today, he can't talk about it. When it's other people's allegations, he can run his mouth. He can sing all day. Johnny, his own co-host, begs him to stop. Keanu, his own co-host, says we should get off this and move on. And he's like, sorry, I'm not. It's my life. This is the news. I've got to cover it. All of a sudden today, third party, I've got to be careful. I can't talk about it. I'm restricted in some ways. Okay.
Unfortunately. I will just say this. The part that people who hate this show are focusing on.
Again, no, the part that people who don't like domestic violence are focusing on. To think, it's so dishonest to think this news came out Friday that you squeezed your wife until she couldn't breathe and headbutted her. And again, this abuse lasted over 3 months. Think of all the little things that might have happened that didn't make this description, the things that weren't a headbutt. You know, he's the kind of guy who probably pinches her in her sleep. 3 months, 4 months, May, June, July, August, 2022. For 4 months this went on. Again, according to Ashley LaRue's testimony, April confided in her for 4 months about this abuse. This isn't a one-time incident. This didn't, I know the things she's talking about. No. May to August 2022. This was not an isolated one-time incident.
All of this stuff. Unfortunately. I will just say this. The part that people who hate this show are focusing on.
Again, if you show that to 100 people, this man squeezed his wife until she couldn't breathe and headbutted her, alleged by his wife and his ex-wife. In his head, the only people who would believe that are steel-toe haters. Again, you're supposed to believe everything you read about Rekeda. You're supposed to believe everything you read about April, Rekeda, Rekeda's kids, Kayla. Dude, it's in the police report. What are you going to say? It's not? And again, this is all eyewitness testimony of what they saw and found, you know, whether it's a cop or a social worker or whatever. It's just a written testimony in a police report. That's what Ashley's thing is. Just a written, hey, I was at this event. April came to me, confided into me she was being hurt. April came to me, confided in me she was being domestically abused from this month to this month. The text messages between them, he's incapable of love. He's a monster. He only cares about himself. We're supposed to forget all that, according to Aaron. That was years ago. That was years ago that I was a monster and incapable of love. Okay.
Is a part that when the both of us saw it, when we got our separate copies of the paperwork, we both went, oh, Jesus Christ, that was not, no.
So April looked at her own words where she said you were a monster, incapable of love. You abused her. April looked at her own words, her own texts, where she said you headbutted her, where she said you squeezed her. She looked at all that and said, oh, no, that's not what happened. That's not what I meant. I said you're a monster who prevented me from breathing. That's not, SpaghettiOs.
And there was upsettedness and everything. I'll tell you.
Oh, there was upsettedness. Oh, we got it, and we saw what she said, and then it was like upsettedness. And we were like, yeah, because the upsettedness and, yeah, classic toe.
In a fervent hold, passion's tide surges high where warmth and wild desire entwine, but teeter close, a thin line brushed, reckless fervor turns to crushing might, love's embrace fades, a bruise in time. This is my prose.
In shadows deep, my vengeance burns bright. Desire for their end consumes my night. Each breath a whisper, a plea to the air, for their form to vanish, slow dissolve to despair. My heart's dark wish, to erase them from sight. This is my crossbow. Hi, Melty. Remember earlier this year when Moody had cracked ribs? That was me. Now you know why Aaron doesn't make me come. I've been his personal punching bag for years.
You mean Mooby. Don't get Moody and Mooby. He hates that.
Please stop with this Wawa Hoagie Fest talk. It's bringing back some bad memories. I remember getting hoagies with April at Jersey Mike's. And, of course, we got the Imholte headbutt hoagies. I miss nudity and charcuterie. It's a classic summer.
The Imholte headbutt hoagies. Now at Wawa for a limited time. Hey, Bob Sacamano gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Anybody good getting one? Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Salud.
This. We got this paperwork that leaked. April and I got it in January of this year. And I will say the Ricadas were there.
Listen to this. He's going to dance around all the abuse. He's going to make this about everything except what it's about. No, it was the documents, and the documents were petty, and she was just serving the documents to be petty. And look, I can't talk bad about my ex-wife right now because we get along better than ever, but she was a lying, vindictive cunt, and she served these out of pettiness, and she was being a fucking dumb bitch, a lying, stupid bitch, bringing up old shit just to fuck me and April over. She's just that kind of a cold-hearted, stupid bitch who couldn't take it that April and I were happy and we were handling the kids our way. Then now April's gone, so he's trying to suck back up with the ex-wife and get the restraining order gone. So now he's like, yeah, April is just a drugged-out bitch, and me and my ex-wife are great now, and things are awesome, and we just need April gone. I'm so glad that paperwork's signed so that I can get back to healing with my children and their beautiful mother, who's been great through all this. She's been so great, and we're so good. Me and my ex-wife, Ashley, we're just fucking awesome. So awesome that now I have to call her third party and be very careful how I call her a bald-faced liar and perjurer. The only options are April is a liar and made up allegations of domestic abuse. Ashley is a liar and made up that April made up texts, faked texts, to make April seem like a tattletale for domestic abuse that didn't happen. Or Mooby's lying. Mooby's a liar. Which one is it? Who's lying? You tell me. And again, I don't know Ashley LaRue. I don't know April. They made up a headbutt. They made up squeezing until I can't breathe. Why not hit? Why not slap? Why not choke? Why not through? Why not shoved? These are two very specific things. But no, it's all, they were old, and Ashley was just being a cunt. None of this is real.
The Ricadas were there when we got it. And, flat out, we were both like, that is not the way it happened.
You sound like Nick. The parallels here are, mwah. Do you understand how funny this is? Like, for a month and a half, he's been screaming, it's in a document, dude. It's in a government form. It's on paper. All these people lied. Okay. Now it comes out about him, and he's just like, oh, no, this is, no. Oh, no,
It's not. So, yeah, I got witnesses on that one. I'm not too worried about it.
He's got witnesses on what? Listen to what he does. The Ricadas were there when we got served the papers. And as soon as I read it, we went, nah. So we got witnesses that it never happened. No one was there when you choked April. No one was there when you headbutted April. But the Ricadas were there when you got a paper that said you did it, and then you vocalized, nah, in front of them with the paper in your hand. So now they're witnesses that you didn't do it. Because they saw you get a paper with the allegations and go, nah. That's what he calls a witness. No, I have a witness that I denied it earlier. I'm not only denying it now, I denied it the whole time. I got a witness. Yeah, we believe you're denying it. No one's going to go, you didn't deny it.
Respondent is prohibited from directly or indirectly talking about disparaging.
You got to stop, Moody. Moody, you've sent that like 9 times. We know. You got to stop. You're obsessed. You're obsessed. You got to stop. No more free comments for Moody. We're not playing them. You got to stop. We've all read it. We all know. He can't talk about her. We all know. Go cut and paste it in the group chat again. We've seen it. Go cut and paste it again. We've seen it. Are you all right? I don't know why he keeps posting that. He's posted it 30 times in the past 2 days. We've seen it. He's not allowed to talk. We got it. He can't contact or talk about her. We got it.
Get to it in a second. I actually did do notes on this. And the reason I did notes is because if
I got to keep my story straight. I'm a liar. You don't make notes for the show ever. But he's got notes.
I mention a third party in a particular way, I could find myself in deep trouble.
No. If you mention her, period. Just doing that is like a violation. So he doesn't even understand the protective order that he has against him. Moody does. He'll send you the stuff all day for no reason. Nobody asked, but he'll send it to you again.
And I don't want to do that. So I'm going to try to talk about this in a way that limits. It's tough because I have to talk about it in a way that limits third-party involvement, but the only reason this exists is because of third-party involvement.
The only reason that anyone thinks I hit April or choked April is because of Ashley LaRue. Now, again, the focus on this is not on I didn't do it, I fucked up. It's not on the incident itself. The entire focus of Aaron Imholte is on this got out, here's how it got out, and I have to be careful how I talk about it because this shouldn't have gotten out. The only reason you know about me choking April is because of my ex-wife, who's a real handful and a real problem. Even though we get along great, better than we ever have, but I'm also not allowed to talk to her because of a current court order. Do you understand like how complicated this is? So like he really wants you to believe that the only reason this is happening to him is because of his ex-wife. Not because he choked April. Not because he squeezed April until she couldn't breathe. Not because he headbutted April. He's not saying that didn't happen, but you wouldn't have known about it if it weren't for his ex-wife. That's the only reason this is all happening. This is the guy who wants everyone to take accountability for everything. No, this is happening because you did something to your wife and then she ran and told, and then that thing that she ran and told got put into a court order because you're an asshole. If you didn't strangle your wife, if you didn't headbutt your wife, we wouldn't know about it. You know why? Because then there wouldn't have happened. It's so insane to blame this on the person who wasn't even involved in the conflict. You know whose fault it is that you know about me hurting April physically? My ex-wife. Okay. I mean, you are correct, but how about a little I'm sorry for the hurting of the wife?
Involvement, but the only reason this exists is because of third-party involvement.
So basically he's saying it's all fake. He's saying Ashley LaRue made it up. All of it. Even though, again, we see text messages from April about the squeezing, about the headbutting. Those are text messages from April, unless, again, we're to believe she made it up. She fabricated text messages? The only reason this is happening is because of Ashley, not because he abused her.
Because I have to talk about it in a way that limits third-party involvement, but the only reason this exists is because of third-party involvement.
It's the only reason it exists.
It's fucking... I'll tell you something else. I really hope for all of you, whether you love me or hate me.
He has not yet addressed the domestic violence charges. Or, sorry, allegations. Like, that's what's crazy. Is like,
I hope the worst fight of your relationship, marriage, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, I really hope that a shoddy description of your worst fight ever never becomes public.
So again, this is to further the narrative. A couple things he's trying to do to you here. Hit the like button. He wants you to think this is a one-time incident. Again, this happened over 4 months, according to Ashley LaRue, in a police report. Ashley LaRue's testimony is that over 4 months, April came to her confiding abuse. Not once. Again, the headbutting thing might have been once, maybe. The squeezing her until she couldn't breathe one day might have happened once. But for 4 months, according to Ashley LaRue, April came and confided into her that she was being abused by Aaron Imholte physically. So we don't have a detailed description. April's a tough bitch. So I doubt she's spilling all the beans about everything that happened. But even if that's the case, you have to dissect what he's doing here. These spin moves. The only reason this is out is because my ex-wife is a vindictive, lying cunt. The only reason your domestic abuse is out. I mean, listen to it. Guys, you wouldn't even have known about this rape if she hadn't filed charges. Fucking bitch. That's what he's saying. The only reason this is all out there is because of a third party. No, it's because a first party hit another first party. It's because a first party abused physically another first party, and they went and told somebody about it. You can't dismiss that, Aaron. You can't keep taking that away. And boy, he knows it, too. This ain't going away. Look at the panic in his fucking eyes. And again, I hope the worst fight you're ever in gets made public. 4 months. This is not one fight. Don't let him do this. Don't let him twist it. Don't let him turn it. It's in black and white. Again, you want to believe Ashley LaRue's a liar who for no reason perjured herself in a document she didn't have to? Okay. But she claims for 4 months, April confided in this domestic abuse, physical abuse. Oh, you better hope that one day your worst fight never gets made public. It's the same thing that people say, like when they get drunk, that they like hit a woman or like beat their wife or whatever. Like, yeah, but dude, he was blacked out. He was like really drunk. Yeah, I don't hit women when I'm drunk. Again, I've been in relationships that are far more violent than should ever have to be. And it's always been the woman beating the fuck out of me. And by the way, I grew up in domestic violence. I grew up with an abusive father. I seen it. I've been around it. I know what to look for. I know what's involved. I know how it gets hidden. I know how it gets covered up. I know how the stepmom tries to bury it and move on and pretend like life's okay. And then it happens again and again and again. I seen it. I lived it. This idea that, like, Keanu and Gino saw April and I together. Did it look like I abuse her? That's such horse shit. And you know it. As if a couple can't get along and look like they're happy in public. It's such a dishonest argument. To be like, Keanu knows, like, I would never do that. Okay. I see a guy who does this when he gets, I see a guy who can't handle his emotions. That's what I see. And a guy who can't handle his emotions will absolutely take it out on a weaker physical specimen. And again, April's a strong person. She'll probably put up with a lot. She'll probably bite her tongue over a lot. We've seen her sit there and take your berating for hours until you finally make her cry and leave the stream. We've watched it. But yeah, I guess tell us again how this is all your ex-wife's fault. We would never know about it. Again, think about that from the mindset of the abuser. Think about what an insane defense that is. You wouldn't even know about this if it wasn't for that third party, cunt. That is the important thing to focus on when you've been accused of beating a woman. When you've been accused of domestically abusing your wife, the thing you want to focus on is how did people find out and how could this have been avoided? How could it have been kept a secret? Because, again, you've known about this forever. And you've been screaming, come clean in the town square, mea culpa, make amends, lay it all out, atone for your sins, admit what you did until it's you, right? Until it's you, then probably say it's, not true and your ex-wife lied and you wouldn't even know about this if it weren't for Ashley. Fucking
girlfriend,
insane.
boyfriend, whatever. I really hope that a shoddy description of your worst fight ever never becomes public.
How many people in the chat? Type 1 if you've ever been headbutted or headbutt your spouse or partner. Type 1 if you've ever squeezed your partner until they couldn't breathe. In the worst fight ever. Just in your worst fight ever. I understand. Let's put it in context. Your worst fight ever with your spouse. Remember that time you headbutted them? Remember that time you grabbed their face and squeezed? Remember that time that you made it where they couldn't breathe? Yeah, of course. That's insane psycho behavior. He wants to act like, yeah, we've all had one of those. And matter of fact, he says it. He says that out loud in a second. We've all had a fight like that. We've all had a fight like that where you pour kerosene in your wife's mouth and you get a rag and you can't find a lighter. We've all been there. We've all had a fight like that. You better hope that your worst fight isn't recorded. You know, the one where you took a knife and carved your name into your wife's uterus? We've all been there. We've all had a fight where you prevent the person you love from breathing. We all have a fight where you use the bone in your skull to slam into another person's skull bone to try to make your point. You better hope that your bad fights never make it. It's like, what the fuck? And this is a year after their marriage. This is a year into their marriage. You think it didn't happen again? You think it didn't get worse? You're nuts. All this has been proven. It wasn't just one time. It wasn't just one fight. Listen to him spin it.
Because it just gets retarded. Now, did this get terrible? No.
And again, at least he's owning it and not downplaying it at all. By the way, soon he's going to be laughing about headbutting her and playing laughter sound effects and the crowd going wild. Soon listeners will start super chatting jokes about headbutting April, and he starts making jokes about it and laughing about it. So it's all really funny stuff.
I mean, like I said, it was a very small corner of the internet, whatever.
It's literally the same people. It's everyone involved in the Rekieta stuff. It was Kiwi Farms. It was the same exact place that came out with the Rekieta kid drug follicle testing document. How come now it's a small part of the internet? How come now it's insignificant and not worthy of talking about? Again, no one really believes this. It was just a small portion of the internet. Kiwi Farms, the same small portion that's obsessed with Rekieta, but somehow when it's on me, it doesn't matter.
In fact, when I was talking to Keanu yesterday, Keanu was like, this is all just your haters.
Okay, this is where I got to give Keanu the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to hope. Because, again, Keanu called in Friday night, just as clueless as ever and stunned, and you could tell she was going to need 8 to 19 days to process what had happened. But that's not going to stop her from going out and giving her opinion, I guess. I want to believe he's lying because he needs Keanu's social cred. He again, I'm shocked she wasn't on today, and I bet he asked her. He needs her credibility beside him right now, telling out all his fans, he's a good guy. There's no way he could abuse. There's no way he could abuse April. I know him. He needed that. And I have a feeling he talked to her yesterday, and I don't know what said, but he's going to say several times that Keanu's on his side. Keanu doesn't believe it. And Keanu told him, don't even, it's just haters who think this. Now, again, we heard Friday night she didn't think this. So I guess it's all flipped. If you want to believe him, Keanu has completely flipped. And Keanu said, oh, anyone saying you hit April is just a hater. Don't even address it. Now, again, the only person who said that Aaron physically abused April is April. Your friend, Keanu. Your friend. Remember? Remember your friend, April? But now he's telling Aaron the only people accusing you of this are the haters. No. Quite the opposite. The only person who has levied accusations against Aaron Imholte of domestic violence is April Imholte. The only person who has opened up and put on record saying this man physically hurt her is April Imholte. Your ex-bridesmaid, your ex-best friend. You've seen texts from her saying he's a monster. He doesn't love me. He's incapable of love. He's broken. He made her unable to breathe. She said that. April said that. Again, unless you believe Ashley faked texts and lied under oath. And I don't know. I believe all women. But again, you just stick with Aaron. Aaron says it didn't happen. Okay. But you guys will get together and go on flights of fantasy of, basically like enacting sketches in your mind about what Rekieta's doing and what April are doing over there in that cult compound, right? And that's all valid and legit. But your friend April saying that this man squeezed her until she couldn't breathe, that this man squeezed her face, psycho behavior. You don't believe that a bit. And a matter of fact, you told him not to address it, that it's just the haters out there saying that. Now, again, I want to believe that this is Aaron lying about Kiki, but if it is not, I mean, she's dumber than we could have ever hoped.
Get terrible? No. I mean, like I said, it was a very small corner of the internet, whatever. In fact, when I was talking to Keanu yesterday, Keanu was like, this is all just your haters. She goes, honestly, I don't even know if you should address it tomorrow. And I'm like, no, you know what? I want to address it. Friday night, she called in. She said it was very disturbing.
She said she didn't know what to think. This was disturbing, and she just needed some time. Sunday, she was convinced that he did nothing and he shouldn't even address it, and this was just melting in the haters. Again, these are government documents. These are police reports. Let's not forget that the court issued the restraining order. In a minute, he's going to tell you that everything in that document, the court didn't believe it and threw it out. No, to this day, he has a restraining order from Ashley LARUE because of the evidence in that document. It's quite the opposite. The court looked at it and said, wow, this has merit. We believe it, and issued the restraining order. It's the opposite of what he says. It's the reason he has to call her third party today, July 1st. The reason he can't talk about this openly today is because of the same document, because of this restraining order that, again, was issued by a court based on the evidence inside, the text and the abuse. So the court believed it. Ashley believed it. A judge believed it. And it's still in effect right now because of that.
For two reasons. One, because we've addressed it before.
Listen, we addressed this already. Okay, I can't wait for him to tell you how they addressed it.
I want to address it for two reasons. One, because we've addressed it before.
We got to address it because we've addressed it before.
April and I have talked about this exact thing in the past on the show as best we could at the time.
Okay, that's a complete lie, and wait till he tells you the story. The story isn't the restraining order. He keeps wanting you to focus on the restraining order. We talked about the restraining order. No. The abuse, Aaron, the abuse. We're not worried about the document. We're not worried about you not being able to talk about your ex-wife. We want to know about the time you choked your wife. We want to know about the time you head-butted your wife. Hello? We want to know about the time you didn't reach the goal and signed off at 8 a.m. with 160 left. Hello? That just happened. So he's out of here today. Why did you miss the goal by half today? Huh? It's almost like people don't buy your horse shit anymore. This is. We already talked about this. Again, he wants the focus to be on the document, not the abuse.
Because we were upset. Do you remember when April would keep referring to a stack of papers full of lies?
Okay. Two things just happened. Number one, April never called it a stack of papers full of lies. Go back and clip it. Look, I've been wrong before, and there's a slim chance I'm wrong here, but we actually focused on that quite a bit. And I don't believe she ever used the phrase stack of papers full of lies. The reason I can confidently say she didn't say that, we thought they were bills. Do you remember? She said there's a stack of something upstairs she's worried about. She's got a whole stack of problems upstairs. We all thought it was bills. If she had said the words, I have a stack of lies upstairs, we would have known immediately it wasn't bills. Immediately. Bills aren't lies. Well, the electric company says you owe them $9,000. Lies! That's how I know. It's dead simple. If she had said a stack of lies, we would have never assumed it was bills. But Aaron has to gaslight you. Aaron has to do two things here. He has to make you think it's old news. We already talked about this. And he has to make you think it's not true. April herself said it was a stack of lies. She didn't. She was talking about stress. She was talking about, not getting along with Ashley. There was never a stack of lies. He wants you to think she's disputing her own testimony in the text and in the HRO petition. He wants you to think April is saying, I lied about those texts just because I was mad because we got in a fight. And by the way, this is a psycho bitch. If you just get in a fight and nothing, and it was just words, and then she runs and tells your ex-wife that you choked her until she couldn't breathe and headbutted her and said, take your ass back to Litchfield. She just made all that up because you got in a bad fight one day. She made up 2 types of physical abuse that are very specific. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And here he is telling us that April called it a stack of lies, which she never did, and that this was them talking about it before as best they could. Now, there was nothing in the document that says they can't talk about allegations of previous abuse. There was nothing in the document that said they can't talk about fights they've had in the past. So he's doing this thing. He's like, we already talked about this at the best we could at the time. Well, guess what? The best they could talk about it at the time because of the HRO is the same as he can talk about it today because of the HRO. He's still under that protective order now, the same as he was in January. So how come he can come out now and explain it better? How come he can come out now and say the allegations in it were false? Weird. So his whole thing about the domestic abuse is, we already talked about this. And you go, when? And he goes, when we mentioned the stack of lies. And it's like, well, she never called it that. Yeah, but still, we already talked about it. Moving on.
That's what she would be. She would be talking about an order that she got. I'm not going to say about mine. Not saying anything about mine.
I thought you only talked about your stuff.
It was about an order that she got that I also received for myself. And she was not too keen about the stuff that was in it.
Can we get does anybody have a copy of April's? Because I've only seen Aaron's. Does anybody have April's HRO? I wonder what's in that.
Neither was I. Some of the stuff in it makes April and I look great.
It doesn't.
And that's the stuff from about 8-9 months ago.
Watch him look at the camera.
Great. And that's the stuff from about 8-9 months ago. So here's what happened. Over on Kiwi Farms, remember the guy who leaked the Ricada 9-year-old testing positive for coke document?
Yeah, the one you talked about for a week.
Yeah, that guy. He got a hold of a protection order.
Wait, you said it was a small group of people. You said a couple people, just haters only. So it was the same people that found the Ricada stuff. It's the same. Oh, so what you've been focusing your show on for the past 2 months. Guys, it was a small group of insignificant. We don't need to talk about it here on the Steel Toe Show. We do other stuff on the Steel Toe Show. Actually, it's the same guy that found the thing I haven't been able to shut up about. But this one's about me. It's also a wasn't supposed to be released court document that's been released, and now it's about me and my personal abuse. And I'd rather just move on and not talk about this. This is not important. It's a small group of people, and now it's coming out that it is all the same people.
That's out against me from a third party, and a protection order that's against April from a third party. This was something that broke April and I's hearts at the time because we were everything was going very well.
It wasn't. It wasn't. You guys had such a poor relationship that you had just opened up the relationship to other people and drugs. Who are you kidding, dude? Like, what? He can't even see it in retrospect. In January, he wants you to think they were doing great. Him and April were great. You had just started fucking other people. You could argue it was going awful and it was the beginning of the end. You could argue it was the chisel that began the crack of the downfall. I mean, from December on, this relationship was fucked. So knock it off. This idea that this landed on your desk and you guys were both heartbroken. Why? Why? She said it all. She said it all. What was it like when you read that? You choked her till she couldn't breathe and you headbutted her, or you squeezed her, or you mushed her face in, or whatever the fuck you did to her. When you read that together and it was completely fake, did you laugh and go like, huh, what's this Play-Doh silly bitch talking about? Or did you look at each other and go like, I wish you hadn't have texted her that. I wish you hadn't have divulged the personal details about when I lost my temper and mashed your face. I wish you hadn't have done that. Yeah, I bet it was a bummer, man. I bet it sucked.
There's a theme in April and I's relationship where everything is going really well and a third-party incident finds its way in there.
So again, blaming everything on the ex-wife. I love this. How does this reconcile in real life? How does this play out and reconcile? Everything that went bad in April and Aaron's life was because of a third party causing problems. That third party, again, is Ashley LaRue, his ex, the mother of his children, the one he gets along with perfectly now and everything's going great. But I can't mention her name or talk about her at all. Does any of this add up? Nothing he says fits with what actually happened when we see it. April and Ashley had no issues. They were girlfriends almost. It was a little too close. Matter of fact, they were so close that once Aaron started physically abusing April, April felt comfortable confiding in Ashley about the physical abuse. They were so close that the current wife felt comfortable confiding in about a physical abuse of a husband to a former wife of said husband. That's close, dog. That's close. If Ashley's this vindictive cunt, she would run him back to Aaron and immediately tell him. If Ashley was this person who hated April, why would April feel like she was the only person she could talk to about this? Over a 4-month period, according to Ashley's testimony, May to August 2022, this abuse and these stories of April confiding to Ashley happening. Again, months of abuse. Months. Not one incident. Not the worst fight we ever had. Months. It says it multiple times in the HRO that this went on from May to August. May to August, she was confiding in her. The minute Aaron found out, he turned them against each other. You see it in the text. Again, Aaron thinks everyone's dumb, that we can't see it. We see it in the text. Him white knighting for April, and you need to be nice to April. And you've got to start respecting April. I want April to be a part of this. Get April in here on the chat. And then you know he's going to April going, she doesn't want you in there. She doesn't think you're a real mother. She doesn't think you have what it takes to take care of these kids. She doesn't want you driving around with those kids. This is how he turned them on one another. This is how he did it. He wanted them all in that group chat, not because that was what was fair. He didn't want them talking behind his back. He spreads this thing like, April and I both got 2 texts, And she said different things to us. She told me one thing, and she told April a different thing. That's not what happened. Again, this is all in the text messages. We see it. Aaron admits he's not a good parent. He can't keep up with his children's appointments. That's April's job. I didn't become a father to take care of kids, said Aaron. So he delegated all that to April. The cooking, the cleaning, the scheduling, the picking kids up. He made her sell her car to get another car that could fit more car seats. There was giant fights about this stuff on air. There was a lot of resentment. So when this incident happened where they had tickets to go see Rascal Flatts or whoever the fuck it was, and there was a weekend mix-up where Ashley needed him to take the kids, and because they were going to the Hootenanny camping trip or something, and then Mooby wanted her to have the kids because they had tickets to go see fucking Pink or something. I don't know what the fuck, but either way, there was a big disagreement, and that's when Aaron did the big push that we all need to be in the same text group. Now, again, Aaron will tell you that make it seem like something else. Like, no, we found out she was telling us different things. She was telling April one thing and me a different thing. No. There was just an appointment that you lost track of because you're not a good dad. There was just an appointment that you lost track of because you're not a good father. And by the way, no one's blaming you for that. You never see your kids. We don't expect you to be a good dad. We don't expect you to know what's coming up in their lives. We saw you sing karaoke with Charlotte, afraid to touch her, for fear of sending her into some sort of, I don't know, shock or something at the touch of her natural-born father. It's weird how you have no problem laying hands on your wife, but you're afraid to touch your own fucking children. It's fucking sad, man.
That was a common theme where...
Listen to this again, where he blames Ashley for everything.
And a third-party incident finds its way in there.
So did it seem like Aaron and Ashley and April couldn't get along because of Ashley? Did it seem like Ashley was trying to break them up? I mean, Ashley was a goddamn saint. She was wishing April well, saying she's the best thing that ever happened to him. She's sorry that he's such a monster and he can't love her. She's sorry that he abuses her. Who was the catalyst that interrupted that relationship? How could a third party fuck up Ashley and April's relationship? Oh, well, the third party was Mooby. He wants you to think again that they couldn't get along and he was constantly trying to keep the peace. We've seen the messages, liar. They got along great. You're a sensitive, emotional bitch, and every time you didn't get your way, you threatened court and you threatened mediation. The tens of thousands of dollars you claim to have spent because they couldn't get along was you. In all those messages, the only person going and I'll take you back to mediation. I'll take you in front of a judge. That's not what mediation said. Do you want to go back? I'm done here. If you want to go back to mediation, that's what we'll do. That was you. That was you. Neither one of those women wanted to go to mediation. It was you, bitch. You're the little fucking girl who, when you didn't get your way, you fucking stomped your feet and threatened your ex-wife. You think that's good for the kids? Again, you scream about the kids. Your daughter had an emergency, and you told your wife if she took her to an out-of-network emergency room, you wouldn't pay for her care. Dad of the year. Dad of the year. By the way, after you fucking squeeze your wife so she can't breathe and then headbutt her into a concussion so she thinks she still loves you, do you allow her to go out of network? Where do you send your wife when you squeeze her to the point where she turns blue and can't breathe? Where do you send your wife? You fucking pathetic piece of shit. The kids, your own kids. Your own kids. You're like, if it's out of network, let them die. Fucking idiot.
I cannot talk about it because I'm not allowed to. Now, to a completely unrelated story. Image, there is this professional broadcaster that is a really cool guy that one day gets a divorce. And even though there is proof This guy is way too cool to strangle his wife or put coke on SpaghettiOs. Oh, wait, there is no proof for that.
Internet person says, great work, bud. Thank you. Tukey's Bacon Tongue, FKA Queefer Sutherland, says, you think he can still grift to be a locale, or is he done? You can always make money. There's always money in the banana stand.
Okay, Melton, you win. I will be adding wife-beater shirts to the merch store. So come on, toe suckers, order those shirts. Help me reach the goal and bring in another win for the toe.
Another win for the toe.
Hello, Meltdown. My nephew Shroomdiff has an important question. He wants to know, why don't you, as an immensely glorious human specimen, just eat the annoying, smaller homunculi?
Jesus Christ. Homunculi?
That was a
homunculi.
A common theme.
A common theme was that Ashley LaRue kept ruining their perfect marriage. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that Aaron didn't talk to his parents. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that April had to quit her job at the factory. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that Aaron cheated on her. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that Aaron came back and cheated on his girlfriend with his wife and knocked her up. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that Aaron then left her before the baby was born. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that Aaron went and made April cheat on her boyfriend at the factory. Are you guys catching it yet? This guy's a bad dude. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that Aaron rushed into a marriage. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that April got beaten. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that April couldn't breathe. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that they can never get along. It's Ashley LaRue's fault that he was clout chasing Nick Rekieta every time April got up and did coke on the show, and Aaron knew it was in the household for months and months and months, even though he pretends like he wasn't. It's all Ashley LaRue's fault. It's all Ashley's fault. This was a common theme, he said, where they had a perfect life, and Ashley kept sticking her nose in. They weren't going to do coke, but then Ashley showed up with the coke. They weren't going to swing and cheat on each other and ruin their relationship, but Ashley thought it would be a good idea. It's all Ashley LaRue's fault, who, again, he gets along fine with, and they have a great relationship, better than ever now, even though he can't say her name. Everything's going great with her. She's the best, and she can never take my kids away from me again. It's all been settled. Right.
where April and I would be on a hot streak.
Now, again, a hot streak means they're getting along. Things are going well. It's a 3-year marriage. That's not something you've been with a girl for 3 years. You don't describe good streaks and bad streaks. I mean, like, you've had a 3-year marriage and it has bad streaks in it already? Like, yeah. And then we would be good. We'd be like on a good streak, and then like Ashley would fuck it all up. Right. That's all I've seen evidence of. It was all Ashley's fault. Everything that's happened to Aaron Imholte, it's all been Ashley LaRue's fault. That's why when you go look at Ashley LaRue's life, it's just tumultuous. Everything's just a mess. I imagine her house is just a shitty trailer with garbage everywhere. Because Ashley LaRue's just a chaotic individual, and she won't let Aaron and April have a cool, calm, normal life. Right?
And then it always seemed like something from the outside wanted to come in. Not any specific person, just something from the outside.
Yeah. How did stuff from the outside keep permeating your relationship? How did Nick get in here? How did this cocaine find its way into my children's hair?
So in January of this year, April and I both get served with the document that leaked. And as April...
Look at the hug. Look at the hug. Watch him go into it. Watch him go into the hug whenever it's uncomfortable.
Get served with the document that leaked.
No, that's just an old school pose I do when I'm full of shit.
And as April and I get served with the document that leaked, and the Rekieters were over, we sat, we cried, we talked about it, everything else.
So these documents get served to them and all four of them cry over it? That's fucking great. That's great.
We went through everything in it, and we were like, and you know, honestly, when you get one of these, we looked through it, and both of us went, no, 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 no.
I just don't believe it, because why? Why would April look at her own text messages and be like, no, no, no? And I bet it was Mooby's first time seeing some of these texts. You know, these are private texts between April and Ashley. So it was Mooby's first time seeing some of these. I imagine he was going through April's phone quite a bit. You know, he'll allude to it here in a minute.
And we decided we're going to fight this.
And then we didn't, because here we are 6 months later, and it's still in effect.
And as it got more and more expensive to fight it, as we found...
This is where all your money went, by the way. You thought you were supporting their life. No, you were supporting their drug habit and their legal defense. You know, keep giving him money. Keep giving him money while he beats his wife and then has to use the money for a defense. Did you know? Did you know how much of your money was being used to defend him from beating his wife?
No headway in negotiating a different form of it, because, I mean, this thing wouldn't let April drive the children to pick. You remember when Monday shows?
Rightfully so. All she does is get speeding tickets and suck dick. Like, that's all she does. Suck dick and get tickets. So, yeah, I wouldn't want my kids with her either, and I don't even have kids. You know, kids are stupid.
Kids are stupid.
Jason Bentley gifting 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Dr. Bentley. Are you a doctor? You just look like a doctor. Thank you, Jason. Letty Let. I got to put him down, too. Where's my, we got Bentley on the list now. Letty Let, thank you very much for becoming a member. Citizen M, member for 11 months. His Mooby's bogus streak is over. $150 to the goal. I feel for him. He tried controlling four adults like Nick, only to be turned out like he tried with the LARUEs. Probably true. $50 from Drive-By. Thank you very much for the July dues. Kicking up to daddy. Are you kicking up to daddy? Tiff as well on Venmo, sitting in $100. Thanks, Tiff. Better than cheese. I still got 2 cans of cheese. 2 cans. Follow my nose. It always knows.
Had to move to 7:30. That's because April was not legally allowed to drop the children off.
We know. And by the way, she was on coke. You can't even argue with that. I love the fact that they just got into cocaine and swinging in January. They get served the documents with their swinging partners. So they're probably all sitting around in a giant pillow pile doing coke and sucking each other off. They get served these papers, and then they're all like, we're going to fight it. How dare she say we're not good parents? Pass the bullet. This is literally when you became unfit to be parents. And you decide you're going to fight it? Oh, they're saying we can't drive the kids and be around the kids and hang out with the kids? Okay, well, we're fighting this. Great timing, guys.
This person didn't want, this order didn't want April dropping the children off or picking the children up. And any parent will tell you that's going to drive a wedge between those relationships. So,
again, Mooby orchestrated all this. They got along swimmingly before he got involved in their relationship. And again, this is all borne out in the text messages. Go read them for yourself or check the show from Friday where we go over them for you. I hope to have a clip up of that later. Probably have to pull myself. Or I'll just go copy. Well, I'll just download Doom's video and re-upload it. You know, what's the gray area of that? If Doom clips my show and that's his whole clip, can I go clip his clip? Fair's fair. Could you repackage it and send it to me to put up too? I'll put up the same clip. Can we just put up the same clip? That actually might work. I don't. You put it up first. You can have it first. You're concerned about like the expediency of getting the clip up. I'm worried about. I just want it up. I just want it like on my channel. Anyway, we'll be coming for you. You'll hear from my lawyer before the day's out, Doom. We'll be coming for you. Oh yeah, fair use, buddy. Clip it all you want. He even says it right in his thing. You're allowed to. I would never do that. I like Doom. I'm fucking around, of course. Mostly. I want everybody to be successful and be happy. That's the main thing. But also, like, you know, if I do have to find out where his children go to school and murder them with a Capri Sun straw, I will. I always thought that'd be the perfect murder weapon. A Capri Sun straw. Imagine like the blood squirting out of someone's chest. Holy shit. Oh, it's not even close. It's not even close. No one has voted anything else. The entire goddamn day, including Anonymous. Hail the Onion. $100 from Anonymous going on the old board. Anyway, I'll stab your fucking. I'll murder you with a Capri Sun.
This whole thing comes out. I will say this. I could easily come out here and go, oh, yeah, that leak, it's a total fake. Look how shitty it looks. I will say this. It is the incomplete order.
I mean, why could you do? You can't do that unless it's fake. Like, I love that that's his instinct. He's like, I thought about coming out here and just saying it was all fake. But then I figured, like, that would be a bad move. But he lets us know that crossed his mind. By the way, I could have come out and just lied and said it was fake. But I didn't. And we're all supposed to be like, wow, he's so brave. He said it was real. He's so brave.
It's not the whole thing.
Okay, hold on. This is the best part. It's not the whole thing. Now, I think that's provable that that's bullshit because the pages are numbered. But listen to this.
I will say this. It is the incomplete order. It's not the whole thing.
There was a fax cover sheet on there that you guys don't have. So
I mentioned things in it to people, and they're like, that's not in here.
I mentioned things in it to people, and they said, that's not in here. Because it's not in there. Things you made up that are in your mind, that are your side of the story, aren't in there. You're telling me, you want me to believe, and somebody please, you know, you get it. We're supposed to believe there's pages missing. Oh yeah, there actually was a page in the middle that said, Mooby did none of this. There was a page right in the middle that was like, this is fine. Ignore the rest of this document. We think Ashley's making it up. Probsly fake. Probs most definitely fake. Okay, I don't know what's happening now. Anonymous might be doing it again. Anonymous sent in $100 and said, hail the onion. And then Anonymous sent in another 100 and said, I will simply repeat, hail the onion, carry on. Oh, no. Oh, no. We've smashed the goal. We're hundreds and hundreds past the goal. He's not going to like this over there at the Steel Toe Hour.
Well, no, that's fascinating.
So he wants you to believe there are parts of the document missing. Oh, you guys don't have the whole document. We have the whole Ricada document, and everything in those is 100% true. Oh, you only have the pages that said I did choke her? You only have the pages that said I headbutted her and made her where she can't breathe. You only have the pages where you don't have the pages where I was doing all the good stuff. Well, try to get a copy. We'll try to find a copy that has all the good stuff about me. There's actually a lot of really positive stuff in that petition for a restraining order against me. There's actually like 7 more pages where it's like, he's totally nice and normal. There were a lot of text messages where they were like, he's not a monster, right? He's one of the handsomest guys. And his boxing record, am I right? 0-2, hubba, hubba. What? What would be missing? What would be missing? I'd love to know. I really would. I will tell you this. It's missing a lot of stuff. Because I asked someone, I was like, what about the part in there where it says I'm Father of the Year? And it has a picture of me with my mug. And they were like, that's not in there. And I was like, it's not? Fuck. You guys don't have the real one.
Easily come out here and go, oh, yeah, that leak, it's a total fake. Look how shitty it looks.
I could easily come out here and say it's fake. Look how shitty it was. I could easily come out here and lie like I do to you people every day. But today I chose not to. And now I'm just lying differently.
I will say this. It is the incomplete order. It's not the whole thing. I mentioned things in it to people, and they're like, that's not in here. Well, no, that's...
You didn't see the part where it said I'm innocent and the best broadcaster? They're like, that's not in here. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Okay, that's fascinating. But I think it's just one. I don't know if it's mine or hers.
And why won't he tell us what's in it? I will tell you this is not the whole thing, but I won't tell you what is. If I know one thing, Aaron doesn't like to say stuff that defends him. So he just mentions, don't worry, there's other stuff in there that's really good about me. It's not the whole thing. But he won't tell us what it is. That's just Aaron being humble. If I know Aaron, and I do, he's so humble. Here's another 100 from Anonymous. One more. Hopefully you do a 4th day night stream. Regardless, you are killing it. Not news, but still. Go, go, go. Let's go. Hold on. Tonight? You don't got enough money to get me to do a show tonight.
But it's one of the two. And it's just... Look, again, I have to be careful with how I say this. There's a lot in there.
Today, you got to be careful. Today's got to be careful. Everyone else's stuff, he doesn't have to be careful at all. What? You're gonna say they're lying in the document? Come on, Nick. It's all there in black and white in the document.
Tunga Bajunga Majinga Melty, I have figured it out. The reason this noodle moobly swine began courting the Requietas was to get a free lawyer to deal third party LARUE, Hubaba Bruba, click, click.
Wow.
Also, why won't you take Keanu's call? Kiki is a smart gal. Melty sengi kutolile, isizatu sokuti le noodle moobly swini kale ukutandana, nama rekietas kwakubu kutola omeli, wamahala ozo bakana ne LARUE yin kampani yanga panla, majinga bajinga. Also make an option for anonymous donors to be members. Futi yenza inketo yokuti abanikeli abangazi wa babeam.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. The reason he began courting the Requietas was to get a free lawyer. That might be true. The timing is interesting. You know. And we do know that April was taking advantage of him to be her lawyer for traffic tickets. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Requieta was there when they got served and was like, I'll handle all this. We can make all this go away. Now, April... if you want to drive those kids, you need to drive these nuts into your chin. Anonymous says, that was not me. Anyway, thank you for the streams. Hail. Hold on. Now we're just getting random hundreds from multiple anonymous people. This is the problem with Anonymous. We can't really tell. And that means we got a new vote for April in the poll. Fuck. Hold on. Wow. That's April's first vote in the poll.
Pastor, I'm going to need some scripture to get me out of this. Did Jesus say anything about smashing his forehead into Mary Magdalene's nose?
Yabongi bonga. No, take picture. Camera still sold.
Jesus.
Why isn't Melton taking about me anymore?
There's a lot in there. And naturally, I'm not going to agree with everything that's in there. April didn't agree with everything that's in there. I will say this, no matter.
April didn't agree with everything that's in there. She saw a million of her own texts. It was like, whoa. Now, again, she's in front of you, and you're the one who choked her out. So, yeah, of course she has to be like, oh, yeah, I never said that.
No matter how much April and I dislike each other at this point, and we do, I do wish she was here to talk about this one.
Okay, so let's listen to this duplicitous spin. He says here, I wish April was here to talk about this. Okay, keep that in mind. Just remember it. I wish April was here to talk about this. Keep that in mind.
Because one thing she would, I think her and I would still be lockstep on this issue. Because like I said, we've discussed it before. So this document gets leaked. And in the document, ignoring everything else in the document, everyone who hates my guts goes right to a screenshot of a text.
Now, I hate you more than anybody, and I didn't jump straight to that. There are a million fascinating revelations here. Again, number one, that you keep anything legal hidden about you that's bad about you. I mean, this is domestic abuse. You can sit here and spin it and downplay it all you want. In a lot of ways, that makes it worse. Again, if you came out and said, this happened, I lost my mind, that was fucking wrong, I own it, I'm taking accountability for it, and it'll never happen again, would be one thing. You dismissing it and downplaying it here, no, there's not one person who thinks this didn't happen. Okay? And again, putting myself at risk, this did happen. This did happen. You squeezed your wife's face until she couldn't breathe. You headbutted and squeezed your wife. This is physical abuse. You did it. There isn't one person who thinks this didn't happen or it went down differently. This happened and you did it. That's a fact. Everyone believes that. You keep making this about the document. We already discussed it. The document? How about when you fucking hurt your wife? How about when you fucking laid hands on your wife? That's what we're talking about. We don't care that you addressed a document. Address physically abusing your wife. That's what we're talking about. That's what, again, no one thinks this didn't happen. It happened. It happened. And the more you downplay it, like it didn't, or it was nothing, or that's old news, it was the worst fight ever, so of course, yeah, you're not helping, man. Oh, you should hope that your worst fight never gets hit. My worst fight doesn't involve me making someone not breathe. Sorry. Also, why can't you do that in the ring? Fuck. How come you're so good out of the ring? Oh, yeah, you only fight women. You're like a trans athlete. Fucking sack of shit.
A screenshot.
I'm focused on all of it. I'm focused on the abuse. I'm focused on how you ruined. Again, for someone who pretends to care about children so much, your ex-wife and wife were getting along fine. This was the perfect scenario, and you went and ruined it, and that strained the relationship between your children. And then you used your children as little pawns about who and who they can't call mommy and daddy. It's sick, man. It's all in that document. So, no, I'm not jumping straight to the domestic violence, although that's probably the most egregious part. The second thing is what you've done to those children because of your ego, because of your inability to let go and let your wife have autonomy. You have to control her at every turn. I wouldn't be surprised if you tracked your wife's truck I wouldn't be surprised if you controlled all of her communications, went through her phone, had the phone bill where you could like see who she was texting and shit. Because that's what this is about. That's what this is about. You ruining relationships. You intervening because of your fucking emotional narcissistic response. Your insecurity. They were talking. It was about you. It wasn't good. It was about what a narcissist and a monster you were. And you had to put your foot down. And if that was at your kids' expense, so be it. You'll use them as a pawn. They don't want to call you mommy. They don't want to. I mean, imagine doing that to your kids. It's fucking sad and pathetic. They were. It was all fine. It was all good until Mooby fucked it up. Klaus Martini says, you don't think we have enough money to buy you? Just name your price and leave it to the anonymous guys. Not me. I ain't going to pay for shit. You couldn't afford it. $50 from Anonymous. I am sick of imposters. Suck this monetary dick. Anyway, that being said, this is amazing. Thank you for the stream. Hail! Voting April. Dr. Cream Jeans with $50 coming in for VIP Vibes on the 24/7 channel. If you haven't watched me and Moody and the VIP Vibes thing, oh boy, you're going to want to head to the Overdose or catch it on the 24/7 channel. VIP Vibes. We put Dr. Cream Jeans down for his 50 towards the July goal. And we also got, Jesus Christ, as if the money can't stop flowing. Jenny G coming in with 50. I stand with Anonymous. Hail to the onion. Thank you, Jenny G. And W-Man says, cookout at 4. See you there. See you there. W-Man wants to be my clipper too. But he's got a channel. Everybody's got a channel. Everybody's trying to make a name for themselves. Hi, I'm Doom. Please hit the like button. I want to meet Doom. What if he's just like this unassuming little girl? Hi. I'm in 7th grade. Hit the like button. I'd love to be a part of the channel. Another 50 coming in. From Shane M 1980 saying, great show. And that's going to put it, I mean, this is going to be, I'm going to jizz in my pants. Shane M 1980. We might do a show today. You guys might earn a second wind.
Of a text that April had sent a third party after a massive fight we had. It was early.
So again, after a massive fight we had, he's not saying it, but he wants you to believe this. They showed some text that April sent after a big fight we had. Yeah, does that mean it's not true? I want to know I want to know if April made up that you squeezed her until she couldn't breathe and headbutted her. Is that what you're trying to say? You got in a fight and your wife left the house and then texted your ex-wife, he headbutted me and squeezed me till I couldn't breathe just to hurt you? She made that up.
Early 2022. It was about 2.5 years ago, this fight. So
you're allowed to make women not breathe 2 years ago. My bad.
Fight 2.5 years ago. We were fight. I can't really say what we were.
Again, this would imply they were fighting about Ashley, but we know that's not true. We see how Ashley and her got along. Ashley and April got along like good girlfriends. So he goes, I can't really tell you what we were fighting about, implying that it's covered by the HRO, like that it involves, quote unquote, the third party Ashley LaRue. But it doesn't. 100% that fight doesn't. If you're fighting about Ashley LaRue, you don't yell at your wife to take her trashy ass back to Litchfield or whatever the fuck he said. It makes no sense. Another Anonymous, 50, fist bump to the others who keep the 50 going. Go fuck yourself to those who don't. Hail, I can't talk. Hail. What's going on? What's going on? Anonymous with another 20. I'm the only one in true Anonymous. Fuck the imposters. So we have a poor Anonymous and we have a richer Anonymous fighting it out. Also, the Baloney Factory with 50. As if I need more 50s over here. Baloney Factory. Stuttering John's mom should be thanking Aaron for pulling the heat off her tiny drunk son. Happy Canada Day. Is it Canada Day?
Let's just say we were fighting about texts we got that didn't seem to match up. One of us got a text saying one thing. One of us got a text saying another thing. I won't say who it was from, anything like that.
Okay, hold on. So this is what he wants you to believe led to him wanting everyone on the same co-parenting app. I want to be. The timeline here makes no sense. What he's trying to make you believe happened on a timeline makes no sense. So be very, very cognizant of this. Okay, so he says, basically when this abuse happened, he's pretending it only happened once. The squeezing her till she couldn't breathe and headbutting her or squeezing her face or whatever the fuck he did. He says, okay, it was a really bad fight, and we were fighting about somebody sent us a text, and it was two different things. They sent me one thing, and they sent her another thing. And that resulted in a big fight where I physically abused my wife, and that's why it's okay, because it was a big fight. Now, the person who texted them different things was obviously Ashley LaRue, or else he would say it. So he's like, I'm not saying who, but someone texted us different things. We got in a big fight. This is what the fights were always about, according to him, Ashley. And that's what led to him being physically violent with her. So again, let me run this out for you. They get in a giant fight over Ashley. He physically assaults her, and then she texts Ashley about it and tells Ashley all the physical assault he did to her. Make sense? Does it make sense? Not at all. Ashley and her got along great at that time. They were getting along swimmingly. So even if Ashley had made a mistake and sent a conflicting text to both of them, if it led to physical violence, why then would April go and text Ashley immediately after she was assaulted if Ashley was the catalyst for the conflict? If me and my girlfriend get in a fight about my ex-girlfriend, and then I beat my girlfriend, my girlfriend isn't going to text my ex and go, great, we just got in a fight about you and he hit me. Also, none of the texts say anything about a fight about Ashley. They just claim, I can't make Aaron happy. Nothing makes him happy. I don't think anyone's ever good enough for him. He's impossible to please. He's a monster. There's no satisfying him. I know how it is. I'm sorry you're going through that. I wish you could get out of there. Commiserating, again, about past instances. This isn't a one-time isolated thing. Ashley was sharing her memories of how awful and abusive he was. April, they're sitting there commiserating about it. We read the messages. This is not, they fought about Ashley and then she ran off and texted Ashley about it. He wants you to believe this because he thinks you're dumb. He thinks you can't put together timelines. No, he talked to Ashley about it because she ran and talked to Ashley about it because she knew that was the one person who would understand. If Ashley had also been with him, then she knows what an abusive monster he is. And that's exactly what she did. She said, he's a monster. I know what it's like. I'm so sad you're with him. So sad you're going through that. I hoped it would be different this time with you, but it's clearly not. I went through the same shit with him. That's what Ashley is saying. Now, would that all be happening if the initial fight, the thing that caused her to get physically assaulted, was Ashley? No, that makes no sense. Not at all, but it's what he wants you to believe. Another 100 from Anonymous. Go it. I am real. Hail your reality, Onion Boy. I love you. I love the chat. This is the real one's rich. The fake Anonymous is poor. So let's hear him tell you again about how the time he hurt his wife only once was because of his ex-wife.
We didn't know that we got conflicting texts until we made up after the fight. But
so what was the fight about? Listen to it again. Listen to how this makes no sense. It was a really bad fight because we had gotten conflicting texts, and that's what we were fighting about. But we didn't know we got conflicting texts until after the fight. So what was the fight about? Again, does this make any sense? They were friendly, but she sent different texts to both of them, and that led to a really big fight. But they didn't know they got conflicting texts till after the fight. He tells you that the text caused the fight, and then they didn't know until after the fight that they were conflicting. Listen.
I can't really say what we were. Let's just say we were fighting about texts we got that didn't seem to match up.
We were fighting about texts that we got that didn't match up. And in a second, he says, we didn't know the text didn't match up till after the fight.
One of us got a text saying one thing. One of us got a text saying another thing. I won't say who it was from, anything like that. We didn't know that we got conflicting texts till we made up after.
Sorry, I'm choking. Oh my God. I swallowed spit and it went down the wrong pipe. I've never seen anyone spend shit like he spends it. I almost choked on my own being.
After the fight. But one of us was operating on the information we had. The other one was operating on the information they had. Big miscommunication.
No, I had a cough button. I didn't expect that. And that came out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck's happening? I'm choking on nothing. I didn't even take a drink. I literally just started choking.
Starts a massive fight. We start fighting.
Hold
on the fight if the other one was.
Wait.
But one of us was operating on the information we had. The other one was operating on the information they had. Big miscommunication starts a massive fight. We start fighting.
And again, he uses this as an excuse, like, no, you know the kind of fight where you, like, choke your wife. Acid Dust says, da Babadook. Poor Anonymous here. I dare the rich Anonymous to give another hundy. Gaga-yay. Anonymous says, I'm the real Anonymous. I'm poor as fuck. Anonymous says, super poor. Happy Canada Day. FJT. Ricky Bev with $50 says, Onion Army, deep in that dirt. Ricky Bev. Look at this list going up today, man. I'm going to have to buy a new car today. Just to keep my taxes low. Is that how it works? Here's another 100 from Anonymous. You asked for it. I'm the real one. Yeah, I'm the wild one. I like Sherry Moon. This is odd. Fuck it. Back to the show. Onion, you reign supreme. That is all. And he keeps voting on April in the poll. We're going to have April passing Aaron soon. Depending on.
More on the fight in a second.
Okay.
So this text comes out about this terrible fight we had 2.5 years ago. It comes out in this order that a third party is putting on the two of us. Two of us doing fantastic. Wonderful relation. Like I said, April and I may have had our problems, but one thing both of us say, even in the text that between April and I, when we were going through the actual divorce and she was picking up her stuff and everything else, one thing we always said, when it was good, it was great.
He's just ignoring the fact that he physically abused his wife. He wants you to focus on anything but that part. He won't even really address it. He won't even really get into it. No, look, I'll tell you this, because there was another time April and I had really good text messages. Even when we were going through the divorce, like, we said when it was good, it was good. Hey, that's great, Aaron. We're talking about the time you physically abused your wife. No, look, and there was a time I changed April's oil when she didn't know how to do it, and then, like, afterwards she said the truck drove a lot better. So, you tell me. Yeah, there's no doubt that when the relationship was good, it was great. And when it was bad, it was, well, you choking her out to where she couldn't breathe. When it was bad, it was you headbutting her. Yeah, that's what manic narcissists do. They like hurt people and then they like shower them with praise and gifts and sorries. And then they hurt them again worse the next time, and then they say, I'm sorry again, and let me get you a ring, or let me take you on a vacation, or let's go to Vegas. Forget about that. You know what? Get a dress. Grab yourself a hash brown. So again, he's covering up the abuse by not mentioning it and bringing up other times. No, like even when things were so good when we got served the papers that talked about me strangling her. Even when the relationship was over, at the very end, we talked about how the good times were great. Yeah, today we're dealing with you being a domestic abuser. That's all we're talking about today. You don't get to beat a woman once every time you hug her. So I don't know why we're covering the hugs today. We're talking about the times, well, I guess we're talking about the hugs when you hugged her so tight she couldn't breathe. Is that a hug? Does that count? I'm asking. I'm just asking.
Let me explain Mooby math. It was turd party's fault before it was April's fault. You carry the one, and it's ultimately turd party's fault. By the way, my relationship with turd party's going great.
I'm the real anonymous, super, super poor FJT. Anonymous, rich anonymous is out of cash. I can feel it. 50 from anonymous saying, don't fuck with me, bitches. Now, look, 50 could be the poor anonymous. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Now, the poor anonymous only does 20 max. Real anonymous is all pinks and reds and blacks. Nobody's ever done the 1,000 black yet. Anonymous could have just done it. Anonymous could have just doled out 1,000. We don't even know if it works. You could have done it. Hit the like button. All right, one more time, I want him to tell us about other times where things were good instead of focusing on the bad one.
April and I may have had our problems, but one thing both of us say, even in the text that between April and I, when we were going through the actual divorce and she was picking up her stuff and everything else, one thing we always said, when it was good, it was great. We were amazing.
Yeah, so imagine someone asks you if you hit your wife, and your answer is, even when we were getting divorced, when things were good, she'll even admit this. When things were good, they were great. So, yeah, did you hit your wife? Dude, like when we got served those papers, like things were really cooking, man. We were so good.
You have your problems like every other couple. And then you throw step kids and step parents and everything else in it. It can get stressful.
So again, we saw it. We saw the whole relationship between the stepmom and the mom 1 year in. It was fluid. It was not only good, it was great. One might say remarkably good.
You said the secret word.
So, I mean, it just like, sorry, the text between them are like, holy shit, these are like girlfriends. Anonymous Shuli here. Hey, buddy, JT is the best. Fuck, marry, kill, Kayla, Ashley, April. I don't even know who JT is. Who's JT? I'm not even paying attention to this. Who's JT? Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
It can get tough.
Donald Trump?
But as far as this text message in the order, April is talking to a third party who she considered a friend at the time.
There we go. Hold on. April's talking to a third party she considered a friend at the time. Even let me just go back over this timeline again with you one more time so you know what makes sense. They got in a big fight over conflicting text that had different information. Aaron physically abuses April, but we're glossing over that. April leaves the house, drives home to her mom's, and on the way, and after the fact, she's texting Ashley, telling her all the horrific details of this abuse. And by the way, This wasn't the only time during these texts. This is where he gets away with stuff, and you can't let him. Don't forget that the texts that April's sending after this fight, talking about being choked, talking about being squeezed and headbutted or whatever, it's not the first time. The first time she was told was at a recital, at Charlotte's recital, in person. April made Ashley aware of this physical abuse. Then it happened again, and they talked about it over text. And it happened even more because Ashley said from May to August, April confided in me about physical abuse. So he wants you to think it's just once by text. He wants you to think it's just one incident. It's not. It's not. It's not. She confided many times over months about physical abuse. And he's still glossing over it. Doesn't want you to hear that part.
She was venting right after a terrible fight.
Right. Did she say anything else that was insanely fabricated and made up, or just the parts about you physically abusing her? He's saying all this as if it makes it okay. Guys, it was a really bad fight. Oh, okay, then by all means, make your wife not be able to breathe. Guys, this was 2 years ago. Oh, by all means, then, headbutt your wife. Guys, even at the end of our relationship, we both were texting and we said when it was good, it was great. Oh, then you get to hurt your wife physically. Guys, she was venting after a fight when she said I did all that stuff to her. Yeah, did you do it? Did you do it? We're not, again, this is all blame. Ashley inserted herself and caused all these problems. April was venting after a fight. Even April admits things were good when they were great. It's like he's taking no accountability. This is, by the way, the guy who screamed accountability. He's not even addressing it. What happened? Did you or did you not squeeze your wife until she couldn't breathe? Did you or did you not choke your woman? Did you or did you not headbutt and squeeze your wife's head? Again, it's great to know that she was just venting or this was a long time ago. All super important, JK. Not relevant. He wants you to focus on anything other than what he did to this woman.
And she said, basically saying, I'm this, I'm that. And then says we were fighting face to face. We had our faces pressed against each other.
Again, that's not how people fight. You want me to believe April did that? You want me to believe this wasn't you? We were fighting face to face. We had our faces pressed against each other. No, you didn't. You grabbed her. You grabbed her. What a liar. No one, have you ever fought somebody like that? When you and your wife fight, when you and your husband fight, do you press your faces against each other? By the way, no hands. Your hands are back here. We just press faces. Yeah, you grabbed her. If you want me to believe you weren't squeezing her or squeezing her head while you were pressing faces with your wife, and by the way, she was doing it back. You were both doing it to each other, pressing faces. There was no aggressor. Who believes this? Anybody? Another 50 from Anonymous. I continue to stay the course. Don't confuse me with others. That being said, F you. Your AI has regulated this. I love you, Patrick. You are a fake. Hold on now. This is fake Anonymous? This Anonymous doesn't like me? I can't keep track. You're going to have to name yourselves like Anonymous 1, Anonymous 2, like Thing 1, Thing 2. I can't keep track of which Anonymous is like me and which ones don't.
Fighting, and that I squeezed her until she couldn't breathe. And then the third party says, oh,
it's more believable that when you admit you were pressing faces against each other, but you weren't touching her. That's what you want me to believe? It's not even believable. How do you press your face up against someone else? You're both mashing faces, but you're not laying hands on each other? I don't believe you. I don't know how to make it any clearer. You're lying. You're lying. And then she says, I grabbed her. Again, you know what's not a good look? Dismissing a woman's abuse claims like this.
She was venting right after a terrible fight. And she said, basically saying, I'm this, I'm that. And then says we were fighting face to face. We had our faces pressed against each other fighting. And that I squeezed her until she couldn't breathe.
Who are you going to believe?
And then the third party says, oh, in another conversation, the third party uses the term headbutt. Nobody fucking headbutted anybody.
I think you're lying. And again, I don't think you headbutted her like a goat. I think you had your head up against her, and I think you're such a poor steward of your emotions that you probably started the same way like Mikey the Situation Sorrentino started banging his head into a fucking wall in Italy when he got frustrated and mad at himself. I think you started banging your little head into your other wife's. You know, you might have thought it was the wall. Your wife's got an enormous forehead. You might have thought it was a wall. You might have really thought it was a wall and just started dun, 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 dun. Either way, no one believes you didn't do this. No one. What he's saying right now is basically this is all made up.
Nobody in our relationship ever fucking hit anybody.
I don't believe you. She was just venting after a fight. You know how you ladies do after a fight? You always text your girlfriend, he beat me, he headbutt me.
And I'm going to say this. If you're a friend of mine and a friend of April's.
We all do that, right? Ladies, come on. Come on. You've all done it. You're leaving. You've had a big fight. You want your girlfriends to back you up. So you just start texting him. He raped me. He headbutt me. He squeezed me until I couldn't breathe.
Look at how we were together. Look at how the two of us were.
Again, that's insane. Star 80, hello? I mean, this is what abusers say. This is actually what abusers say. Anybody who saw us together, you see how we were. Do we look like a couple that I abuse her? Again, what's that look like? A million fucking guys abuse their women and they go out together and everything looks good and looks fine. It's fine in public. They put it together. They put on makeup. They go out. They have a good time. They laugh. So insane. I mean, again, there hasn't been I didn't do it yet. This is all made up. April made it up. All there's been is like, you know how fights are. You know how women get. Anonymous 10.0 here. No headbutts, please. And FJT. Who's JT? Anonymous. All these fake anonymouses are like a simile. What? Facsimile. Anonymous. Moody turned the naming off. Happy Canada Day. No, I turned it off because he doesn't know how to filter it. Anonymous with $100. I'm the one who loves you. The show is great. Fuck these pieces of shit. Your long form roasting is so good. Oh, fuck, I lost it. Your long form roasting is so good. I know you degrade yourself, but I don't care. This is phenomenal. All joking aside, thank you for the stream. This is great. Piss off, you other shits. He's almost given 1,000 now. He's literally almost given 1,000. Look at Mooby, though, like with his tongue out, chat check-in. This is like peak coping Mooby. I love it. I love him trying to be like, yeah, but we all like beat him a little bit, right?
Use your eyeballs. Use your experiences. Not in a million years.
Again, how does this work? You see us together. Use your eyeballs. Do I look like the kind of guy who be... Again, this is all something like abusers say. Does an abuser have a look? Does an abused woman have a look? Does a couple that has domestic abuse ongoing have a behavior pattern that it's so insane.
Not in a million years would I ever physically hurt her. Not in a million years would she ever physically hurt me.
So again, I don't think it's I don't think he's swung on her or anything, but it's just about him being such a poor manager of his emotions. I can 100%, maybe he didn't hit her. I can 100% see him trapping her in a room. I can 100% see him pushing her into a wall, holding her down, mashing his head against her. And again, maybe not headbutting, but if you got your head, he admits he mashed his face into her face. And then if you just start doing this, you need to calm down. And then he says, kids were coming upstairs and he grabbed her and he squeezed her so hard and said, not right now. You can't do this in front of the kids. It's again, that's scary shit to a woman when you're a moderately in shape kind of man.
I met a Kuhl bird so vibrant and free in games of mashy face, just her and me. But love's rough play turned harsh and wild. Feathers flew, and in our joy we defiled. Now only memories of broken wings remain.
From petite bird to fiery blaze, rising as phoenix in the haze, seeking vengeance with fierce delight, in shadows deep where wrongs ignite. Like the Osterman weekend, vengeance ablaze.
$50 from Anonymous. This is completely anonymous. No one will know who this is. Please add Chip Galloway to the Wall of Honor. He is not poor and gay and has a fabulous beard. He's saying I am poor and gay?
So April and I are having this fight. We're in the kitchen. And I mean, it's getting bad. It's every bad fight you have. It's that. It's the first bad fight of our marriage. It is just, throwing everything back and forth at each other. Threaten, let's just call it then. Let's just be done. Let's just, that whole throw your hands up thing.
So he's telling us how bad the fight was. First fight of their marriage. First bad fight of our marriage.
And then, at one point I go, then go back to Litchfield. And she's like, oh, I don't want to fuck. That kind of shit. It's one of those fights. So
puts his limp wrist back. These aren't normal fights. Again, he's trying to convince us these are all normal fights everyone has. It's no one in a healthy relationship goes through this. So just a wild cope. Rocky wig snatch. April vented to Ashley about a fight she caused. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. He's so full of shit. And again, this wasn't one fight. You're telling me Ashley's perjuring herself? He keeps calling his ex-wife a liar. Ashley says April confided in me about physical abuse from May to August 2022. From May to August 2022. Lance, break from steel toe and talk NHL free agency. Oh, yeah, that's coming up next. Seamus McGee.
These anonymous CCs are attention wares. Bujaka Muwada Bugiba Engaj Lebiti.
So then, as we're fighting in the kitchen, the kids come upstairs.
As we're fighting in the kitchen, the kids come upstairs. So is the kitchen upstairs?
Rule number 1 of parenting. You do not fight in front of your children.
Rule number 1 of being a husband. You don't choke your fucking wife.
So as the kids come upstairs and we are nose to nose.
Okay, so he's had it 2 different ways. He said we were face to face. Now he says we were nose to nose. A minute ago, he said our faces were smashed together. So he's changed his own story 3 times. Nose to nose is like barely touching. Faces smashed together sounds intense. And then he said, like, we were, like, looking at each other face to face, like, not touching. So he's had it 3 different ways.
I can't. You fucking this and that.
Again, we've seen him angry. We've seen how mad he gets. We've seen the vengeance. We've seen his whole thing is like, wait till I can do something to you. I never forget. They laughed about killing Ashley LaRue. We went over that Friday night. They laughed and laughed about, wouldn't it be great if we could find a way to kill Ashley LaRue and not get in trouble? And April made jokes about masturbating while Ashley got murdered. And Aaron fucking another Crunchy Cynicism, a chat member. If Crunchy Cynicism would go murder Ashley LaRue for them, then he would let Aaron fuck her and she would watch and flick her bean. Like, it was all like sick shit. He wants to pretend like none of that happened now. Again, we watched the show. We all saw the show. He wants to pretend like that didn't happen.
And we're fighting. Kids come upstairs. Here's my mistake.
Just one time. This only happened once.
I wrap my arms around April and I go, we can't fight in front of the kids. We can't fight in front of we're not going to do this in front of the kids.
You restrained her. Again, do you think this is how it went? He gently put his arms around her shoulders and whispered in her ear.
We'll pick this up later or we'll go upstairs.
How can they be face to face if he's 6'4"? Yep.
Gets off of me. She didn't want to be touched. That was the squeezing. Total bullshit.
So it's April's lying about it all because it never happened. And Ashley's lying about it all because April never said any of that to her. That's what he's really trying to get us to believe. The texts are fake. April never said that. And also, it never happened. I never did that to April. April made that up. And again, she only did it because we got in a really big fight.
In a lonely town, amidst whispers of want, a man named Anonymous scraped pennies for Onion, hoping to win his admiration. With each coin spent, his heart grew heavier, his pockets emptier. Yet, in the fragrant market of life, his gesture spoke louder than gold, a tale of love amidst impending poverty, ending, "Do it again, Anonymous. I dare you."
What the fuck is going on?
When you come into my space, it makes me want to hide and take my bones and memories and things I never speak of and climb inside a closet that leads to Narnia or somewhere else than here, because when you come into my space, so does every single fear, so stay away.
It was a wardrobe, not a closet.
I didn't want to fight.
Don't make me get Mr. Tumnus.
Of the kids, however, if you ever be in a fight and you touch someone or you hug someone, they don't want to be touched.
You ever in a fight and you touch someone or hug someone and they don't want to be? No. That's the point. Again, I think you couldn't make her be quiet, so you decided you were going to quiet her. There's another way to say this, right? You were hurting mommy upstairs, making noise. Let's be honest. The kids came upstairs to see what was the ruckus, and you had to shut mommy up quick. So I wouldn't be surprised if you fucking grabbed her and pulled her so tight to you she couldn't talk, she couldn't move her mouth, she couldn't gasp for air, and you squeezed her as tight as you could, and you said, "Shut up, don't do this in front of the kids." Again, do I think it was a gentle hug where you were like, "Not now, don't do this in front of the kids"? No, I think you panicked and tried to make mommy shut up. And by the way, I think if it was a cop or somebody even more serious coming along, you might have overreacted and done something even, to shut her up. Why not back away from her and turn around and let her pull herself together? She knows not to do that in front of the kids. No, you have to. She's not a kid, but you had to grab her to shut her up. And I'm sure it was just a quick, gentle hug like, "Hey, let's do this later. Good game." And you pat her on her ass.
You don't want to be hugged. Yeah, that doesn't go well.
You ever been in a fight and you grab somebody who don't want to be grabbed? And you hug somebody who don't want to be hugged? Nope. Not once. Not once. 50 from Anonymous. You're awesome.
I touched her when she didn't want to be touched. That's it.
Yeah, that's assault. I mean, if you boil it down to its definition, I touched her when she didn't want to be touched. The Jeffrey Epstein story.
Hug someone, they don't want to be touched, they don't want to be hugged. Yeah, that doesn't go well. I touched her when she didn't want to be touched.
So now he just touched her. He's making the gestures. I touched her. Okay.
That's it.
That's it. God, these women are cunts, right?
So then she goes for a drive. She goes and texts a third party, venting.
And by the way, the texts are talking about the assault like it's been discussed before. Like when April brings it up, Ashley goes, I'm sorry that's still going on for you. Like, again, it's not one incident. May to August, in person and in text. Ashley LaRue testifies, again, under penalty of perjury. This was for a petition for protection. She wrote this she could literally get in trouble if she lied about any of this. Ashley says she's confided in me for May till August about this physical abuse. It's not one time. It wasn't one fight. There wasn't one day where the kids came upstairs and you hugged her a little too hard. That's not it. That's not what this is. Don't let him do that. 4 months of abuse. Multiple times. April went to Ashley about it. And again, his whole thing is like she was emotional and lying. I touched her. This is what abusers say. This is Captain Accountability. This is Captain Stand Up and take accountability for what you did. His answer, no, those two bitches are lying. April's lying, it never happened. And Ashley's lying, April never told her that. I mean, he's really saying that. This is where we're at.
The restraining order doesn't say that I may have thought April was one of the dog's squeaky toys. And the other time when I tripped and stumbled into April's face with my forehead, she sure is a clumsy little cup holder.
Daddy, where's Coke, Mommy? I hope Slam Peace Mommy sings karaoke.
You lured me in with your compliments and trapped me with your lies. I could never please you no matter how I tried. The day we tied the knot to hell, I saw the evil twist, and some years later I ran to escape your fist.
Dime card. It's almost like Aaron is saying someone else did this to me. Yep. A. Thompson, member for 9 months. If found guilty, August 24th, I think it's 20th, right? 90 days in jail and or $1,000 per incident. This is probably why he's mentioning taking a quick vacation. It'll just be fines. I doubt he'll do any jail time. But again, if the Clippers were to get together every time he's mentioned Ashley LaRue in the past 3 months, it'd be a lot. It'd be a lot for the court to look at. I mean, this guy doesn't get it at all. Touched by Tony. If April releases texts that show abuse, oh boy. Yep. And again, they've been, as far as I'm concerned, first of all, texts can't show abuse. They can only show what they show. We've seen it. We've seen text from April saying he physically assaults her. I don't need anything else. I don't. I see text from a woman saying he physically assaulted. It had clearly been discussed before, and it came up again. And then I have an ex-wife not shocked and commiserating about that, saying like, yeah, that's who he is. He's a monster. He's a monster. And then the other one goes, that's the word. That's what he is. This is 2 women who have lived with him. But imagine you being in his chat going like, I give him the benefit of the doubt. He's a good guy. 2 women who lived with him describe him as a monster. A monster who cannot love anyone else, who cannot be satisfied, who cannot be happy. A physically abusive monster. 2 women that he's married talk about him that way. And you hear how he talks about them. Again, not when he needs something, but when they're not around, when they're a cousin, when they're just being a cunt, when he doesn't need something and he's not under the thumb of some HRO.
I get a text from a third party a couple days later, critical of April, saying that, oh, the kids said that she was fighting with you in front of and I'm like, well, no, that's not, we stopped it, blah, blah, blah. Just
again, this isn't Ashley's fault. If her kids bring up domestic violence at their father's home, don't act like she's a bitch for bringing it up. He wants everything to go away just because he has girly wrists. And I always go like, no, that's not, no. They served us the papers and I was like, no. And then I got a text from her saying like, the kid said you were fighting. And I was like, that's not, no, that's not. It's like, no one cares about your flamboyant wrists. No, that's not how you get out of stuff. No, that's not. I don't. No.
He was fighting with you in front of and I'm like, well, no, that's not. We stopped it. Blah blah blah. Just kind of that, a little too involved, like nosy shit. Like,
so now she's nosy because the kids came home and said, "Mommy and forever, Mommy and Daddy are fighting," and Ashley reaches out and goes like, "Hey, were you guys fighting?" And he's like, "Mind your business, Jesus Christ." Oh yeah, just her children. AO1012 says, but they seemed happy on their show. Same shows they were clearly having problems during. And he thinks that deserves the benefit of the doubt. Right. They would literally have fights on the show. And then you think you can't hide domestic abuse?
We can't fight in front of the kids, April. I can only choke you and we can share some coke after while I watch you get tokened by another man in front of the kids.
Another 50 from Anonymous. You have transcended cream cheese. Kiss. I'm better than cream cheese?
No, we're fine.
By the way, when a man's beating a woman in a car and the cop comes up and goes like, "Hey, what's going on in there? Any problems?" The guy goes, "No, officer, we're fine." And then looks at the wife and she has to go like, "Yeah, we're fine, sir." I mean, this has all those vibes.
I get a text from a third party a couple days later, critical of April, saying that, oh, the kids said that she was fighting with you in front of and I'm like, well, no, that's not, we stopped it, blah, blah, blah. Just kind of that, a little too involved, like nosy shit. Like, no, we're fine. So April and I have this big, massive fight. She goes venting to someone who she thought was a friend.
Ashley, she was a friend. We've seen the text. It's not fake friendship. It's not fake.
That then gets used 2 years later. That gets used.
Okay, so August 2022, December 2023. He wants you to believe that's 2 years. 1 year, 4 months. Again, it's a period's gone by. But also, Ashley knows that was the last time her and April were really talkative and friends because you stepped in and ruined it. But he will stretch this timeline as much as you let him. You'll hear him say 2 years here, then he's going to say 2.5 years in a minute. It wasn't even 2 years. It wasn't even 1.5 years. It wasn't even 1.5 years. Don't let him do this. This timeline he gets to make up,
to get this order. I mean, a big fight between a couple, no abuse, and
so it's all lies. It's all lies. April lied and Ashley lied. There it is. That's it. There was no abuse. They're all lying. He did nothing. He touched her.
And this really sucks because April's perspective would be really important here. Because there was a third party that used the term headbutt. April never used headbutt.
You don't know that? Ashley says April told her you headbutt her. So again, yeah, we may not have a text message where April's like, he headbutt me. We have a text message where she says you squeezed her head. Or you like gripped her head or pressed her head or something. Ashley says April told her you headbutt her. Again, this wasn't once. This was many times over many months. You got it. He's doing this. He's trying to compress it all down to one afternoon where everybody was mad and said some things they shouldn't have. No. 4 months in-person discussions and texts. It's all of it. He wants you to think none of this exists. He's trying to compress it down. He's trying to make it not a big deal. Don't let him do this. By the way, the same way he did about bringing coke around his kids. He brought cocaine around his kids dozens of times. He wants you to think it was once. But you heard him tell the story. Nick brought that cocaine over, and I was like, not ever again in this house. And then he took some upstairs, and they were cutting up lines, and I went up there, and I was like, you guys better never in this house. And then I went downstairs, and there was a bullet by the children, and I was like, never again in this house. And then April brought cocaine home with her every time she came home and would leave the show to go do lines in the bathroom constantly. And I was like, I guess you can do it in this house as long as you live here. And that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I won't mention that. Yeah, dozens of times. Dozens of times he brought his kids around cocaine. He don't want you to know that. He thinks you're dumb. He thinks you can't put 2 and 2 together. Same way he wants to downplay this. No, this was one afternoon where there was a bad incident.
I never used headbutt. We were face-to-face arguing quietly.
That's why the kids came upstairs to see what the commotion was about. Also, you're very quiet when you can't breathe. We were upstairs face-to-face arguing quietly. Look at his face. Do you believe him? We rarely see this level of concern out of the Moobs. This is like genuine worry. This ain't going away.
That whole thing where you're saying shit, but you don't want people to hear, so you're this fucking close. God, you just make me so fucking mad. That kind of thing.
We all know when Mooby gets really angry, he just quiets up.
Total horseshit. This idea of a fucking headbutt. In fact, I'm a little mad that I even need to address this because it came out.
She said you squeezed her head and you made it where she can't breathe. She said that. Okay, you didn't headbutt her. You just squeezed her head and squeezed her until she couldn't breathe. Can we focus on it? I mean, again, this isn't a one-time thing. Can we focus on what you did do? Or do you just want to keep this I didn't do anything ever up? Because you said that's embarrassing when Nick tries to do it. You're like, these are court documents. Both of the women lied? April lied in those messages, and then Ashley lied also. They're both just fucking lying whores.
Nobody fucking hit anybody ever in our relationship. Matter of fact, this was the worst fight we'd ever had.
Yeah, you already said that. By the way, did you hear what he said? This is the worst fight we'd ever had. He didn't say this is the worst fight we ever had. We'd ever had. This is the worst fight we had ever had up to that point. Now, he's already said that. He's trying to phrase it like this is the worst fight ever. But that's not what he said.
I would say even the fights about cocaine and drugs and all that weren't as bad as this. I mean, they were bad. I mean, if you've ever fought with someone.
If you think he didn't lay hands on this woman while he fought, you're crazy. I can see it. He's reliving it right now. If the other ones were almost as bad, then you probably did the same shit.
Who's using stuff like that?
And you can see him too. Like, you could probably see him going like, call the cops. If I hurt you, call the cops. I dare you. It'd be great to see when the cops get over here and they see your powdered nose. Call the cops, and I'll just tell them you do cocaine. You don't think he ever said those words? You don't think it ever got like that?
Get crazy because it's people in two.
Nah, he doesn't use people like that. He's not vindictive.
Different realities. This was the worst fight we'd ever had. And then it got made public in an order that, how do I say this? I do believe this order was, I believe that this order was used in many ways.
Fictitious, malicious. He wants to tear his ex-wife up here, but he can't because he's told you that they get along so great. And she loves him now, and they're closer than ever, and they laugh, and they get along. Doesn't seem like that this morning, though, does it? Can't even say her name.
There. I believe this order was used in many ways. And I believe the thing that the order was to protect from, that text had nothing to do with it, in my opinion. In my opinion, I don't think that text had anything to do with the point of the order.
Okay, so do you see what he's doing? He wants you to forget the fact that he's a domestic abuser. He wants you to forget all the reports and counts of domestic violence. He wants you to focus on this restraining order, this harassment restraining order, because that's the more important thing. That's what you need to worry about. Look, like, I don't think this HRO is fair. I don't think it was fair. I think it was malicious. I think it was hurtful. And I don't think those stories about when I physically abused my wife are relevant to this harassment restraining order. Me talking mad shit about my ex-wife and me and my current wife giggling about how we wish my ex-wife was dead and hiring a listener to kill her in exchange for sexual favors and my current wife masturbating while my ex-wife dies, that has nothing to do with me choking out and headbutting my wife. In my opinion, those text messages shouldn't even have been in there. This was just about me being a verbal piece of shit on my show, talking about murdering the mother of my children and how much that would make my life better. Just me and my wife joking about murdering my ex-wife, the former of my children. That's what the restraining order was to prevent. Why were these text messages in there about when I beat her? Come on, man. That's low. Bringing up old shit. That's what he's saying right here, right now. Why were the text messages about me beating my wife in this restraining order about me talking shit about my ex-wife?
But it's in there anyway. Nothing you can do. April and I have talked about this specific fight on the air. April and I have talked about this giant stack of papers that got released on the air.
Okay, so again, he's lying to you. We didn't know anything about this fight. And look at his little dumb Humpty Dumpty look. He knows he's lying to you. April and I talked about this fight on the air. Where? Link it. Where? We've never heard about this at all. Where you pressed her face, where you shoved her, where you stopped her from breathing, and then she left and texted Ashley. You've never talked about that fight. He keeps conflating it with the stack of papers. We talked about this. The stack of papers? Yeah, you mentioned the stack of papers. That's not talking about the fact that you're a domestic abuser. This has never come up. April has never talked about the time you choked her out. It's never, ever come up. Stop calling it the stack of papers. We're talking about you abusing your wife physically. Knock it off. Trying to get us to think it's about something else. Okay, it's oh shucks, gosh guy mentality. It's so insane. No one's buying it except Kiki.
We've discussed it.
Also, does that make it better? Okay, you talked about it. Guys, I already talked about the time I choked my wife out. We talked about this. We talked about me headbutting her. Guys, can we move on? I guess.
But it went public. We address it. Now, here's what I'll say.
Hold on. We talked about it before, and then it went public, so we addressed it. So you've never talked about it before. Again, this has never been made public. These allegations of you domestically abusing your wife for 4 months at a minimum have never come out or been made public. So you haven't discussed them. I want to know about the other incident. I want to know why for 4 months your wife felt comfortable telling your ex-wife you were abusing her. Stop making this one incident. I want to hear about the 4 months.
About that text part. And I'll talk about the other stuff that's in the order. Here's what I'll say about the text part. If you ever think that April and I ever had that kind of relationship, get off my side.
I'm off. Done. Done. I mean, what are you even saying? Guys, if you think I ever laid a hand on April, don't support me. Okay, we're done. I'm there. That's your big Guys, if you think I raped that girl, get away. Just get away from me. Watch him check himself lying. He can't stop watching himself lie.
If you ever think that April and I ever had that kind of relationship, get off my side. Honest to Christ. If you think that her and I, if you've seen us together, if you've watched us together, if you ever think that either of us would do that to one another, I mean, honestly, I guess our relationship is different than I thought it was.
Okay. So if you ever saw them together, you would know that he never abused her. Guys, have you ever seen us together? Have you ever seen us together? If you've seen us together, then you know I couldn't have abused her. Let's watch this.
We're all alone. What are we supposed to do?
I know. What are we supposed to do? Have sex with each other?
Gross.
Ugh.
All right, this is the Nat Clo clip. This is right after they'd started banging other people.
We're all alone. What are we supposed to do?
I know. What are we supposed to do? Have sex with each other?
Gross.
Ugh.
So that joke's funny because they just started having sex with other people.
I haven't done that.
Not about
I'll be honest with you.
Okay, so this is great. This is November 16th, 2022. This is why I couldn't find the clip. It's buried in another clip. This is November. Thanks, Nat Clo, for this. This is November 16th, 2022. This is 2.5 months after Ashley says that April came to her and confided in her that April is physically abusing her. Okay? So 2 months, 2 to 3 months, somewhere in there, before this show we're watching, April went to Ashley and said, Aaron is physically abusing me. Now watch this. Watch it come up, physical abuse, and then watch April just go away, fly away like a bird. Like, fuck. Watch her leave her body as she thinks about physical abuse.
Thanks. I will say it was partially just how calm the officers were. I'll say that much.
And look, when the police know us, and the police are fans of our show,
it's
okay. So this, I think they got swatted or something, or they didn't get swatted. They call it swatting. A cop knocked on their door.
Did help, like they said, you know, you're this and you're this, and are you doing a show right now? Because
no, they said we figured you guys are doing a show right now.
No, I'm saying when you weren't up there yet.
Oh, okay.
And they did ask me. They're like, They said, is anybody hurt?
Watch.
And that scared me for a second because I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Like, the kids aren't hearing anything.
Right. And then
And
April,
you're obviously here.
And then April yelled, he beats me. He beats
Okay, watch her start gulping and breathing really big. Like, it becomes...
Hear anything.
Right. And then
you're obviously here.
And then April yelled, he beats me. He beats me. And I
mean, she starts gulping here.
had to tell them, she's kidding. Relax. It's not a big deal. They had one cuff.
You see the big sigh? There's already been one big sigh, and now she's going to turn away from him.
On. I was very, at that point, I was a little nervous, but, I raised my hand to her behind my back, and I said, take it back. And she took it back, and I was able to come back down and do the show. David.
She was involved telling this story and really into it, and then he brought up beating her, and now she's gone.
Thank you very much for the 20. Let's throw David in there.
And she keeps sighing. You see it? When she breaks her lips a little, it's subtle, but you'll see her go. You'll see her doing these little sighs, and boy, something's there, man.
Oh, I raised my hand to her behind my back, and I said, take it back. And she took it back, and I was able to come back down and do the show. David, thank you very much for the 20. Let's throw David in there. Oh, you already
Yep,
did.
I got him twice.
What are we
more.
at for the
big sigh
VIP drawing?
27.
27. That means 3 more qualifiers, and we will start knocking out tomorrow's goal with those
big swallows
contributions. Otherwise, if we get to 50 qualifiers for the VIP drawing tonight, we will do 2 VIP drawings, and the second one was an April choice, if you will. So there you go. $10 to the show tonight gets you an entry into a VIP drawing.
What does she keep looking up at the ceiling for?
So there you go. $10 to the show tonight gets you an entry.
Dear God, make me a bird.
Entry into a VIP drawing. If you contribute $10 to our show, we'll also throw in that included. And you can qualify as many times as you'd like. Let's go and see what everyone has to say about this, because this is, look.
So there it is. Look, anyone who's seen me with April knows there's no way.
Because there is no fucking way. I've never hit a human being outside of a fucking boxing ring.
Why do you have to look out the window while you say that?
Relationship is different than I thought it was, because there is no fucking way. I've never.
What's out the window? Cue cards?
Hit a human being outside of a fucking boxing ring. I put Tony Rodriguez in a headlock senior year of baseball. He charged at me like a retard with his head down. Stupid. Why would you just grab him like that and you hold him? Still got suspended. Never hit anyone outside of a boxing ring. So, we have the bad fight. What's funny is April and I made up that night. April and I were fine.
That is funny. That is funny. Again, everything but the fight. It was a long time ago. She was just venting. No, the kids were coming upstairs, so I had to shut April up. We made up later. Every excuse in the book. We made up later. It wasn't that loud.
That night, we had a terrible fight. I would say we had probably 3 of these fights our whole relationship. And every time we came to an understanding, we were better within 12 hours.
Except the last one.
It was a couples fucking fight.
So again, straw man. What's wrong with you guys? Couples fight. Why are you saying couples don't fight? Jesus Christ, my whole chat's just like, I never fight. Couples don't fight. Guys, couples fight. I don't know why you're all saying couples don't fight. My fucking chat, they all think couples don't fight. It's like, literally, he's just arguing with nobody about nothing. We're talking about you hurting your wife. We're talking about when you hurt your wife. The headbutting, the choking, the squeezing, the no breathing. The face-to-face mushing. He just keeps arguing dumb shit. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, flat broke Gino. Where's the performative outrage at Fades, huh? Drugs, guns, and children. Bad. Spousal abuse. Remarkably cool. Slip, bibbly, bibbly, blub. When you Clippers compile all this together, don't forget to include the date, episode, name, and timestamp. Very important. Goldsfolds 1, Fatty's Fridge just filed a protective order. It's like those cookie jars with a timer on them. I need a plastic lock to stop me from eating cookies. Mark Onan, for all his cool and casual discussion of what he says happened, Aaron's face betrays he is terrified. The clock is ticking for Mooby. Well, he didn't hit his goal today. Look, I'm not under any delusion. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Guys like him get away with this shit forever. They really do. Apar, you know who else headbutted his girlfriend? OJ.
Hey, Mommy. Daddy squished fake Mommy until she turned a weird color. Daddy also likes to butt her big head all the time.
Aaron, can you please explain what your kids are saying?
Worthless crunt, stop being so nosy. That's not what happened. I was just hugging April hard. But April's dumb head, I just fart Coke in her face.
I hugged April so hard she's sleeping, honey. Go back and make Easter eggs. George, $50. Hey, big sauce dog. Here's some sauce for today's marathon show. Don't let us down. Wall me. Will do. Here's Anonymous with another 50. This is directed at those who don't get it. Fuck OGG heads. That being said, hail onion, carry on. A lot of this I don't get. I'm going to be honest.
It happens. So we make up.
Why are you guys pretending you don't fight? Why is everybody pretending they don't fight? Come on, guys. You act like this never happened to you. Come on. Uh-oh. Fake Anonymous with $3. What happened, real Anonymous? Run out of money? He didn't. It was sitting there. It was 50.
When understanding we were better within 12 hours. It couples fucking fight.
Yeah, why do you guys keep saying couples don't fight? Jeez, I'm so sick of the steel toe chat going, couples don't fight. It's like, what are you arguing now? We're arguing about you.
It happens. So we make up. Again, I'm looking at my notes here because I don't want to. I had to negotiate last night with another party.
Ashley LaRue.
So to figure out what I could say and what I couldn't say. So
can I get that drop? Who has that? Citizen M? Who uses that in their videos? I forget. Ashley LaRue. I just want that button.
I didn't fucking end up in trouble over this.
Yeah. God forbid you end up in trouble when you lay hands on your wife.
Obviously, our marriage went on for 2 more years after this horrible thing where no.
Again, these arguments are dumb. Do you think no one stays together after they physically abuse a spouse? Some never get out. Some die. It goes on until they die, till they get killed. OJ, hello. His whole argument, it was a long time ago. We made up later that night. And we were together 2 years after this happened. So how could I have hurt her? We stayed together. It's so insane.
The I can't breathe hat and crushed soda wasn't an edgy joke. Someone fucking save me.
Here's Anonymous with another 100 saying, no, I did not run out of money. Piss off. I vomit on Stuttering John. That's gross. That's a crime. I don't think you're allowed to vomit. You can't spit on a guy. That's battery. I doubt you're allowed to projectile vomit at people. Seems aggressive. Aggressive? Anonymous. Keep it up, Anonymous. Notice me, senpai. Notice me. Where is it? Where's my notice me?
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
He's doing it. I don't think this guy's ever going to run out of money.
Chicken Boy says, "Hey, large gravy." Is that a new nickname for me? Large Gravy. Wizard Nug 2 with 10 gifted membership. Wizard Nug 2. And then Letty Let. Never even heard of you. Letty Let. Is it?
We got a fish lunch.
Letty Let. Okay. It's 98 new memberships today and $36 in super chats. So Kevin will be like, Mountain doesn't even get any, Mountain doesn't even get any money. Here's another 50 from Anonymous. Wish I was kidding. It never stops. It never stops with these anonymi.
The bullshit accusation here. That, by the way, April never made. April.
She did. He's gaslighting you. He's gaslighting you. Again, because Ashley's telling us, first of all, Ashley's telling us and showing us. Ashley's telling us about 4 months of accusations. And we also have texts from April alleging this physical abuse. He's gaslighting us right now. April never alleged this. No, to the authorities. But she told her girlfriends about it, and that is alleging it. If she goes to her girlfriend and says, he choked me out, she is alleging you choked her out, just not to the police. Again, you're lucky you broke her self-esteem and kept her in line. But to say April never levied accusations of physical abuse, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
For 2 more years after this horrible thing where the bullshit accusation here. That, by the way, April never made. April never made an accusation that I hit her.
He's so proud of that. Also, it's false. And again, hit. Now he's defending something that wasn't even alleged. He's like, I did not punch April. It's like, yeah, nobody said that. I did not drop April out of a hot air balloon onto her head and kill her. I simply didn't. You can look, but I didn't do that. It's like, okay. But she did allege you physically assaulted her. She did allege that. Again, you didn't leave a mark and you didn't hit her. Good job. And she didn't go to the police. So another win for the toe. But to say April never accused you of physical violence is not true.
Never once. That accusation came from the words of a third party.
He's like really proud of this. Look at him. Again, the sad thing is he's not even addressing the fact that 2 women he was married to have messages back and forth commiserating about what a selfish, abusive man he is, both mentally and physically. 2 women who have been married to him, multiple messages. He's a monster. He's like that. He'll never love anyone. He's incapable of it. He doesn't. That's not a red flag to anybody. We're letting all that go because he didn't punch her now. But he's definitely lying when he says there's no allegations from April of physical abuse. That's simply not true. We have text messages. But look at him. He's gleeful that April never turned him in. Look at him. He's like, April never turned me in. He's got his another win for the toe face on about it.
April never made. April never made an accusation that I hit her. Never once. That accusation came from the words of a third party.
Another win for the toe.
Never, ever. Not, as the title of the episode says, not once, not ever. So our marriage goes on for 2 more years. So I'm sorry. But a marriage that goes on for 2 more years, pretty much happily for that 2 years. And then we know what happened next.
So, again, it didn't go on. It went for 1 year and 3 months after the alleged assault. Then the swinging and the drugs started. 1 year and 3 months. Not 2. Nowhere near 2. It hasn't been 2 yet since these allegations of assault. August 2022? It hasn't been 2 years yet. He's all fucky with timelines. Again, just to recap, they got in a fight about Ashley and April's text being dishonest. So he stopped her from breathing and headbutt her, allegedly, and then she ran off and started texting Ashley about it, who was also the catalyst for the fight. And then 2 years later of happy marriage, they decided to see other people and swing. And you know that the 2 years in between, even though it was only a year and 3 months, was happy because of what came next. Physical violence and fighting, then 1 year and 3 months of happiness, then moving on to other people and narcotics. You know that middle part was happy because of the beginning and the end. Bookended by domestic violence and cheating and swinging and narcotics. But the year and 3 months in between was perfectly happy, aside from all the legal battles and custody nonsense and... Do you believe it? Because he's lying about how long it was, even. Their marriage didn't last 3 years.
Half of that 2.5 years. But the marriage continues on for 2 years. Fine.
Again, August 2022 to December 2023. 2 years to Aaron.
Going great. Now, this is the part where it gets kind of tough for me to address it. I have to be very careful here. And this is the lead up to the...
I love that the hard part for him is not the domestic abuse accusations.
The order that got leaked online. At the beginning of our relationship, April was on very good terms with all of the parents.
Yep. We saw it. You put your foot down once she started tattletaling on you for beating her.
And I thought that was fucking great because I'd been in a relationship.
I loved it. Everything was going fine and I loved it.
Where the relationship between the person I was with and another person was really contentious, really bad. And that is remarkably stressful.
You said the secret word.
Really stressful. It's fucking difficult, man. It really does make things hard. I don't like it. My preference would be either there's friendliness or just professionalism.
So we know this isn't true because at every turn in the group text messages, Aaron threatened legal trouble. Every time he didn't get his way, by the way, he was not down to compromise on anything. Every time his wife was like, let's not do it like that, or how about this, or he'd go, well, how about I get a judge? How about we go back to mediation? How about I get a judge then? How about we go ask the arbiter? Never April, never Ashley. Always Aaron threatening to go back to court, go back and get a judge. This guy hates money. It was always Aaron. He wouldn't work on it professionally. He wouldn't work on it like an adult. $10 from Anonymous. I love you. Touched by Tony. When they did a show with the Ricadas, remember how vibrant and different April looked. Things are so different looking back. New Jersey Ranger 201. April and George Floyd. Ha ha ha. Get wrecked, urban thug. April and Mooby. White trash gurgling noises. $50 from Anonymous. You sound gay. See, I don't know. It's a push-pull with this guy. Is that the same Anonymous who's been saying Hail Onion? I don't know what to think, whether I'm loved or hated.
I've learned over the years that it's hard to be friends. Like that's a hard friendship to maintain because your interests are going to conflict sometimes. I would rather have friendship or business-like relationship. And my dream was always drop off, pick up, drop off, pick up. That's it.
Oh, that's the dream. His dream involved dropping off and picking up his kids, not doing things with his kids, playing with his kids, weekends with his kids, ball games, camping, bowling, skating rinks, flying kites, concerts, activities, Sharon, Lois, and Bram's food truck bonanza, whatever it is. No, the dream was always drop off, pick up, keep them flowing. Next.
And we're good. Drop off, pick up, anything that needs to get taken care of gets taken care of there. Perfect. April and another person had a friendship that I thought was great. My life had never been easier. Never been easier. Scheduling, drop off, pick up, everything was good.
Now he wants it both ways. They were great. They had a great relationship. They were friends. Everything was great. But also at the same time, they hated each other and it caused all these fights. And
then there came an incident where April and I, this was right after the big fight. We compared text messages.
Play a clip.
And there were different things. Put it that way. I said, well, this is what I got. And she goes, well, this is what I got.
What was for us to understand why this fight was so serious that you had to cease her breath? You had to make your wife stop breathing over this. So I'd like to know what it was.
And we looked at it and we went, that doesn't jive. That's a little weird. So then, as I look here through my notes, things started to sour. Trust started to get dissolved between other parties. And as that trust dissolved, April felt she should write a letter. So April wrote a letter to another person, outlining all of their complaints, outlining all of the things they objected to.
How much do you want to bet this was Mooby's idea? You know what you should do? You should write a letter and tell her off. Tell her you're not going to be... Like, he definitely turned them against each other for sure. Ashley knows it. Ashley said in the order of protection, like, he definitely did. Like, we were great, and he turned her against me.
I definitely did not play breath games with April while she was sleeping. Never did I ever lightly place my hand over her mouth and nose until right up to the edge of no return. Never did I ever jack it while I didn't do that. I also never put any sedative in her coffee. That rumor stops post-haste.
Why you always had Mac salad up there? Mac salad with that mayo, with them bell peppers and stuff, that's like spackle. You could just cake it in her mouth and nostrils. She stops breathing in the night. She's turning blue. That would explain why he's sleepjacking. Here's another 50 from Anonymous. I hate you. Mystery solved. It's not. I mean, the 50 feels good, but then the words, you read the words attached to it, and then you feel like the weight of that amount of money behind those mean words. Yeah, it's not a...
Outlining, all of the things that I don't remember the letter. I don't remember exactly what was in it. I just knew that she hand wrote a letter, hand delivered it to somebody, and that letter was not well received.
And I'm sure you had nothing to do with that.
That letter.
Did she work hard on a template for it? Did you Photoshop some cool flames?
Caused some problems. And after that, this nice... This is what I'm talking about. Like when you try to have that kind of friendship and then there's conflict of interest, it gets tough.
I lost interest.
So then after that, there was tension. And I don't like that kind of tension. So, and in fairness, April did not like that kind
A matter of fact, I like to choke it out if I ever see it raising its ugly head.
of tension. So now in the order, there's another thing. There's a group text where we're talking about, hey, I have an idea. April and I had this idea because we were talking to a couple of our friends who are also listeners of the show. We were at a rodeo together, and they said, well,
We were at a rodeo together. I'm sorry, I'm going to spit my mac salad out.
we all have, the parents and step-parents, we all have a group text that we go into. And everything gets handled through the group text. And we went, that's it.
So listen to what happened. Listen to this.
Let's do that. That way, no, I get this text, you get that text. We have a group text, everything's good. Well, the problem with proposing the group text was after the letter, now all of a sudden there's people who don't want to speak to other people. So I proposed the group text mostly because there.
No. So this is great that I heard this part. You learned from some friends at a rodeo how they do it, and you were like, "Damn, bang bang bang, damn, that's it. God damn, that's what we need for our kid." And then you ran to your wife, and we see this in the messages, demanding it. And she says, I don't want that. That's not how I want to do it. But again, you and April came up with it. So there's now 4 people in the messaging group. Balin doesn't participate. Ashley's husband. So there's 3, and it's basically Aaron and April ganging up on Ashley. We see this in the texts. And they're telling her it's going to be like this. We're going to use this app, all 4 of us. And Ashley's like, no, we're just going to keep it how it is. And Aaron's like, if you don't, I'm taking you back to court. If you don't, mediation. Again, Aaron's a bitch. Aaron's a giant baby. Every time he wasn't getting his way, he would threaten court and mediation. It was only him. He keeps going, I spent tens of thousands of dollars on those 2 because they wouldn't get along. No. Every time mediation and a judge came up, it was Aaron wanting to go back. Oh, yeah, I'll take you to court. This is all your money.
There was a situation where there were conflicting text messages. And I said, why don't we all, stepdad, stepmom, mom, dad, why doesn't everybody be involved in one group text? That was my brilliant brainchild. I go, here we go. This is going to fix everything.
By the way, that was a year later. Those group texts were a year after the alleged abuse. Again, you see how he's compressing this timeline? There was a big text misunderstanding, and that led to the big fight, and then we made up, and then I said we got to be in the group. No. It was a year later. It was the following August, July or whatever. So May through August of 2022, April confides in Ashley that she's being abused physically. A year later almost, in July, August 2023, they're having this fight about moving all 4 parents to a group text. This has nothing to do with that fight. This has nothing to do with that domestic violence. He's trying to connect the 2. Go look at the messages on the text. They were a year apart almost, at least 8 months, 10 months. They had nothing to do with each other. He's trying to tie it all together here.
After the letter, there was no interest in a group text. After the letter, there was no wantonness for a group text, for, communication between everyone. That's like last week.
And you see the passive aggressive team tag team shit they were doing on those texts too. I agree with everything Aaron said here, Ashley. You're being unreasonable. I agree with everything April said, Ashley. You need to, you see the text. You know how he works. You know how he operates. So listen to him. You know, he's trying to be smooth here, but you know what he did. You know how he did it and what he did. Here's another 50 from Anonymous. Kiss, you are a shit jacket. That being said, you are awesome. Kiss. All right, it's getting too many kisses now.
That's when mediation started. And I felt the need to go to bat for my wife's parental abilities. And so we started going to mediation.
As long as he can make sure, he acts like he doesn't like this, but as long as he can make sure Ashley and April hated each other, then he could be sure that April wouldn't go back and tell more stories of abuse. And at this point, April had nobody. Again, think again about April. She's so desperate and lonely that when she starts being physically abused, she reaches out to the ex-wife of the abuser for comfort and advice. And finds it. There's no shock on Ashley's part when she hears all this stuff. She goes, oh, yeah, that's our monster. That's our guy. So when April loses this friend, this confidant, Ashley, and not only loses her, but she becomes an enemy. She becomes this, Virtus of evil that's causing all this anxiety and trouble in her life. She probably thinks to herself, I'll never trust anybody again. I'll never open up again. I'll never confide in anybody again. This is too painful. So she has nobody to talk to now except Aaron, except her abuser. And then when she aligns herself with Aaron and they start fighting other people, whether it's Ashley or whoever, now the focus, it's the same as Kate Meany, why she wants to be on all these shows. Well, she's helping you make fun of somebody else. You're not making fun of her. And if Ashley's the cunt devil, then April's not the cunt devil, and maybe April won't get hit as much. This is just basic psychology.
And in that mediation, we got a couple of things that we wanted. Not everything that we wanted, a couple of things that we wanted. And then shortly after that mediation wrapped up, the document that leaked online, we got served with it. And it had all of these stories from 2 years ago and all of these other stories. And
again, 1 year, 3 months. At that point, 1 year and 3 months. Stop stretching it. I mean, it's a big stretch to call that 2 years. Again, it still hasn't been 2 years. So in December, January, it definitely wasn't 2 years. Knock it off.
There's a couple other shitty things.
Mooby math is real, y'all. Mooby math is fucking crazy.
Things about April in another doc. I didn't see it in this document, but there were a couple other shitty things. There was, of course, the clip from our show and all of that. I can't speak to the veracity of it. I'm not allowed to speak to how I feel about that. It is what it is. It's in the document. People obviously can see it. But it was definitely, there was definitely animosity. It all blew up. It all got incredibly out of hand. I will say that I think that 2-year-old text message is...
It's still not 2. It was just over a year old when she took it to the police. Again, I get that it's old, but she has to establish you as a fucking monster to get what she needs. And again, she's not wrong. This HRO, again, you and your wife sat around fantasizing about hiring one of your listeners to kill your ex-wife while your current wife masturbated and you fucked the mercenary you were hiring. That happened and it was real and it was on your show. You fantasized about murdering the mother of your children, and you and your current wife laughed about your current wife masturbating while it happened. You can say anything you want. You can keep pretending you care about your kids and stuff. It's insane. It's insane. Like, this isn't nothing. AO1012, someone else's idea equals his brainchild. Right. Anonymous with another 50. I hate you, Aaron. Suck my fake fag dick. I hope to open eyes here. You are an F. You suck man member. You dick suck half fag. I hate you. Well, that's to Aaron, not me, so I don't want to get any mail about that.
I can't say that. I will say this about the main thing that people are bitching about. Not once, not ever. Neither of us ever physically abused the other. That is fucking ridiculous.
So April's a liar and Ashley's a liar. You're really concerned about the chat while he says that, but
please, with that shit, no. We had a bad fight 2.5 years ago, and 2 years later,
again, it hasn't been 2 years yet. And now it's 2.5 years ago. Now it's 2.5. He's added another half all of a sudden. Ay.
venting that we did after the fight got thrown out there publicly, which
I still don't understand how this worked. Your wife came out and said that you physically assaulted her. Your excuse for this is we had a really big fight 2.5 years ago / 1.5 years ago, and she was venting after the fight. Venting by saying you physically assaulted her. Yeah, you know how like after fights you'll just like go tell everybody way worse shit happened. He pulled a gun. He shot my big toe off. They stole all my money. Stabbed my dog. Just venting. So they didn't stab your dog? No. You know, like just venting after a fight. They didn't steal all your money or shoot your toe off? No, it was after a fight. This was 2 years ago. But you said that, dude, I was venting. Oh. So the physical abuse was fake.
I hope that never happens to you. I really hope that never happens to you.
My worst fight doesn't involve me choking a woman. My worst fight doesn't involve me squeezing a head or headbutting or cutting off the breath. Whatever you want to say, my worst fight can leak out. My worst fight is a woman attacking me. My worst fight is having shit thrown at me. My worst fight is having my shit smashed. My worst fight is having my face punched. That's my worst fight. I didn't do shit. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit.
So if my worst fight leaks out, yeah.
Because it's just so unfair. But
yeah, it's unfair when you're the one who beat the bitch up. That is unfair.
It's out there. I wanted to address it today. If we'll go to the audience, we'll go to the super chats here. We'll see what people think. But I'll say this: if you think that April and I ever had anything physically abusive going on, you haven't been paying attention.
What does that even mean? How could us paying attention clear up that there was no physical abuse between you and April? Like, how would that even work?
Not once, not ever. Total horseshit. And this is one of those times, again.
It's tough, too, with the ex-wife, with you guys getting along and everything, you coming out and calling her a complete liar.
As much as I don't like April, and April does not like me right now, I wish that she could talk about this.
Okay, so this is the second time he said that.
I wish that she was on air right next to me and she could go, hey, by the way, Aaron, I fucking hate your guts. You're a piece of shit. Oh, by the way, never headbutted me, never choked me, anything like that. No, of course not. As a matter of fact,
which one would we believe, by the way? You know, this is very common with victims of abuse. They'll come out later and clear their abuser's name. That happens all the time. Would you even believe it? April already came out and said he choked her or he cut off her breath and he headbutted her and all that stuff. So if she comes out now and goes like, yeah, that didn't happen, I made all that up, do we believe that? I don't believe it. I don't know what to believe. I just know that, like, it's wild to make that up and share it with his ex-wife, if that's the truth. New Jersey Ranger 201. What would he say if a dude in the Bronx did this? Right? If this came out about Rakeda, he'd have all kinds of fantasies about, like, what the fight was about and what he really did to her, and I bet it was this. Like, if this came out with April and Kayla's texts about Nick abusing April, he'd be all over it. Like, oh, look what Nick did. It's on paper from a court. You can't run from this. Go to the Times Square. Town hall. Town Square Hall. Go to a hall that's square and confess all your stuff. $100 from Anonymous. I mean, this is getting insane. I had to address and amend words and phrases based on censors. Granted, I sound insane. That being said, Patrick, you're amazeballs, and now being said abroad, fuck everybody. Piss ants, especially shit Masterson. I used to like the biggest problem regardless. This guy's got a lot of issues with me. And Dick Masterson. A lot of angry stuff.
this has been addressed on the show before. This document has been addressed on the show before.
Yeah, not the domestic violence. He's playing with semantics a lot. Guys, we addressed this on the show. Not the abuse, but the other stuff.
So there we go. It's been addressed. I'm not going to go any further with it because I don't want to take any chances. I was talking with a third party yesterday. I got some assurances that I had some leeway to talk about this and defend myself. I just couldn't say anything bad. I will say this.
I just can't say anything bad.
Mother of my children and I are on very good terms right now. I'd like to keep it that way. This came out publicly. She said, yeah.
The mother of your children is the one who accused you of all this stuff. Your ex-wife is the one who accused you of all this stuff. I love this balance. He's like, I wish April was here to tell you that Ashley's a cunt and a liar. But also, let me say this. I'm on very good terms with Ashley and the mother of my children, and she's very stable, and we're very good right now. And I'm just so happy we got him away from that druggy cunt April, who I wish was here to tell you that I never abused her and that Ashley made it all up. But I can't talk about Ashley again. She's the mother of my children. I'm with her 100%. We had to get the kids away from that druggy April, who did nothing wrong, and I never heard. It was all lies from that stupid bitch Ashley, who's the mother of my children, and we're getting along great. And I'm so glad that I was able to run back to her and tell her the truth about that druggy cunt April and how she almost killed my kids with the drugs. But if April was here today, she would tell you that Ashley's a cunt, liar, and I never choked her. Even though we get along remarkably. You see what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't know which side to be on. He's saying Ashley's a total cunt liar, but she's the mother of my kids, and it is what it is. Also, I never heard April. She's a cunt liar. And I don't know why she told the other cunt liar, Ashley, all those fucking lies about me physically abusing her. That was all made up. And I'm not a monster. And none of this is just mind your stuff. Kush King, Melton Mooby, why did you put me in timeout? I didn't do shit. What happened?
Yes, absolutely. Defend yourself. And then we worked out some terms. So again, I hope your worst fight you've ever had never becomes public because it's fucking embarrassing. But
it's embarrassing, but it's not as embarrassing as it is when you physically assault your wife. Again, this is beyond embarrassing. You're a physical abuser of women, as alleged by your ex-wife, current wife at the time. And again, the conversation about it between your first ex-wife and your then current wife leads me to believe you did it to your first wife too. I'm under the impression you physically abused Ashley LaRue. She wasn't even shocked. It's deep. It's deep, man. This guy's in it.
no. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Headbutting. What a fucking savage move a headbutt would be. To go to someone. Dude, even headbutting a guy would be a fucking animalistic move.
He's literally quoting my show. He's literally quoting my show.
Whew. No.
Again, no one thinks you came from across the room. I think you had her head like this. You were mashed up against her, screaming at her, and you started doing that to her. I think that's what you did. So you can say it's not headbutting. You can call it tapping or, whatever else fucking abusing thing you want to fucking call it. You did it. If you think I believe you never physically assaulted April, you're out of your mind. And a matter of fact, again, I believe you did it to Ash. I think you did it to Ash. Here's another 50 from Anonymous. Yes, I did have issues with Shit Masters, and I liked their show and kept a level head with the Eric July bullshit. However, they proved themselves to be shit bags and fuck cum bags. Fuck them and hail you for being a cool bag of shit. Hail. Hold on, what? I liked their show and kept a level head with the Eric July. Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of the Eric July stuff. And then somebody sent me a thing the other day. They were like, Vito got caught being a pedo with a kid. And it's like, okay. What do I do with that sentence? What does that mean? He got caught. Vito admitted that it's like, what?
Never. Like, the fucking animal you have to be. I was raised a lot better than that to fucking hit a woman. Or squeeze a woman.
I was raised better than to squeeze a woman. Is anybody buying this?
Jesus fucking Christ. Now, I will say this. If
okay.
If you hate me, this is Christmas for you. Go ahead. Do what you want to do. Not that you need my permission. I'm addressing this for the fans. That's it. And I don't even know why. I bet you the fans are probably saying things like, you don't need to address this with me. Never once in a million years did we think this about you guys.
Yeah, put all the fan comments up. Show a clip.
Still, it's out there. I want to talk about it. I want to be on record. There we go. We can move on with the show.
Now we're moving on with the show, guys.
All right. Flimsy Greenberg with here we go. Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you. Oh, by the way, to the mods in the chat, don't just go banning people because they want to shit on me or make fun of me or whatever. That's fine. If people are spamming the chat though and being obnoxious, then you can cut them loose.
All right, can we watch him? Look, I'm sure there's some more clips in there of him denying stuff because if I know Mooby, he says he's done talking about it, but if I go anywhere in here, he'll be talking about it.
Oh,
Club Random?
No, it was on a podcast. I can't remember what the fuck. This was a corrupt.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, shit.
Maybe he's really trying to let it be a thing of the past. Either way, I do want to watch him miss the goal. I love that stuff.
Extra to throw at us. Boy, do we need it right now.
So, look, I'd love your thoughts. If you have any thoughts on this, feel free to write in. I imagine we're going to have to do a couple shows on this stuff. Maybe we will do a bonus tonight. If I do a bonus tonight, I'll probably won't do a morning. tomorrow if we do a late bonus tonight, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I planned on doing all this week. But when stuff's happening, he's not doing evening shows tonight either, which is kind of weird. The Kush King for the Tards. I meant Moody. Got it. Shit show. Hey, Big Sauce, want a hug fight? I'd like a hug fight. I'd like to hug fight. Oh, somebody believes in Ashley. That's good. That's good. But definitely, Aaron. Look at this. Holy shit. $200 from Anonymous. Holy shit. No, I want to be clear. Vito is cool as of himself. That being said, he's a piece of shit. I'm not on the bandwagon Vito pedo bullshit. I don't like his art. I don't like his partner, Buster Baxter, Dick. Anyway, carry on, Patrick. Your show is fueling a wild day. Hail. Vito is very nice. Dick was very nice. I think Dick hated the Hackamania and hated the show. I sent them both a few $100 for their involvement with it. You know, they were last minute additions and stuff, so I did pay them both a few $100, but Vito was very nice. Vito reached out to Josh Denny, you know, to try to set up some sort of squashing that with him, and Josh is not interested. Josh said that I was only interested in patching things up now because Josh is on the uptick, or Josh is on the rise, or Josh has something I want. And I had no idea Josh had like a big project in the works, or a TV show, or something I would kill for, but okay. Letty Let, thanks for the 5 additional gifted memberships. That's 15 from Letty Let. That's 104 gifted memberships total for today's show. That's amazing. Long Dog Mad says he wants to be a new member. Thank you. Long Dog Mad. Long Dog Mad. Oh, Long Dong Ding. All right, we got to see.
Let's go ahead and knock this thing out. I don't want to see this.
This is the best way to end a Steel Toe show.
Click the links. Streamlabs.
God, he's been begging for a while. Hold on. I got to go back till the begging starts.
16 show streak alive. There's the links.
He's panicking.
It's bad there, man.
Yeah.
Bigot on Socialist Media says, don't mention.
Oh, here's 20 from Poor Anonymous. You're awesome. Hail. I appreciate all the rich Anonymouses and the poor Anonymouses.
The hundreds of thousands of people in Ukraine.
That anonymous guy's giving over $1,000 today. 100%. Look, I can't add it up because Moody will not build me a total. There's no way that guy hasn't given over $1,000 today. Geez, I mean, it was just 100, 50, 50, 200. It's like, fuck.
Going without power, you piece of shit. Well, I mean, yeah, it's bad there, man. I mean, it's been really rough, and it's all been to extract money. Like, it's all been for money. We instigated a war.
Somebody said that. By the way, Moody, I'll go back through. We'll have to go. There's more in this show to go through, but, you know, we're coming up on 5 hours, and I got to get. At one point, stupid Mooby goes, you know, I think it's sad that people are using this as some sort of like content. You know, it's so sad that people are taking this court document about this innocent woman, this divorcee, and turning it into content. Ugh. He really said that. I mean, the parallels between this and the Rekieta stuff for him, he doesn't. He's like, these false allegations will not stand. I can't believe we're just believing court documents. Is it literally like it's text from April saying that Aaron Imholte physically assaulted her? And he sits there and goes like, by the way, April never said I physically assaulted her. She never said that. It's like, woo, we see the text. And then we see, again, an under oath testimony of another woman who told us that many times April told us you were abusing her physically. So, again, 2 women are lying, and Mooby, the guy we know lies all the time, is telling the truth. Right.
Between Ukraine and Russia so that we could pay back Burisma deal. Really gross. It's going to get a little more territory, so they'll become a little more powerful. Yeah.
By the way, before I get out, I don't want to forget, too, we had an EP today that was April LARUE. We couldn't do it without you. We'll be looking for the new LARUE. Won't you join us? Put in an application like these fine folks, and you could be up for the next opening down at the LARUE farm, camp, restaurant. I don't know what their family business is, really. BYB says it's a fake super chat, like anonymous. I believe it.
This is a bad deal all around. All right, guys, we are facing the end of today's show.
Oh, did April LARUE not know it was her day? It's your day, Ape. Did you miss it earlier? It's April LARUE's big day.
We don't knock out that 160 in the next 6 minutes. We've got 6 minutes to go. There's the links in the chat. Let's start a rally.
Bink.
Throw in your money. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We need to do it now, guys.
Another 50. By the way, this is rude that I'm getting more than 160 while he begs for 160. This is fucked up. Anonymous says this is egregious. That being said, suck it. I'm trying to figure out who this is. I refuse to look. People won't believe me. I won't go look. I'm trying to figure it out from the text. Is this someone who's donated a lot before? It doesn't strike me as like a Chandler. That being said, suck it. Like, who talks like that?
160 is the number. We've been doing great. We hit a snag in the last hour. I want to keep that 16-show streak alive. 160 is the number.
Hold on. It says, I think somebody said that on Friday it was 12. He came back today, it was 15, and he just pointed to it and called it 16. Like, what's going on? How many shows is this guy doing a week? Last week it was 8. On Monday, I think it was 8. Now it's 15.
Do it. If you're feeling generous, throw in a couple of bucks. We'd really appreciate it.
Oh, somebody said it's my wife giving me all the money. That would be an awful business plan.
Just about to start overtime. Let's go ahead and knock this thing out. 5.5 minutes to go. $160 away. Let's watch that number tick on down.
Was Vaping Dago Chandler's sock account? I don't think so. I know Vaping Dago's name, or at least the name he was going by. I don't know what happened to him. I really don't. He had a Hackamania ticket. He was a big supporter of Ray and Kevin and me and a bunch of other shows. No idea.
With everybody thrown in. Don't wait for someone else to start the rally. Everybody start rallying.
I love his hand motions for money. It's always like they don't make sense. He's like, okay, don't wait for other people to start the rally. Everyone will just push it in. We gotta we lift it up, and we all start. And we just, if you do the two, hula, we all put it in.
Go $160 away. Let's watch that number tick on down.
We just throw the dice. You let it happen.
With everybody thrown in. Don't wait for someone else to start the rally.
It may never start if you wait for someone else. Jesus Christ, throw in your money.
Everybody start rallying at the same time, and we'll get this thing hammered out in no time.
Everyone rally at the same time. I love a simultaneous rally. You heard?
I just learned something remarkably remarkable. If I hold a co-host down with all my weight, she can no longer embarrass me on my a professional broadcast.
I can't breathe, Moob Tits.
PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs.
Come home, baby girl.
There's a chance.
Got a corner of the double wide. All set up with your favorite Chinese restaurant library books. I'll get the butter.
Answer to your question, no. Huh? Anonymous. He's quoting Nick to the people that know us. If he knew this document would come out alleging this domestic abuse, it's another reason for him to get rid of April. Again, like, you can't keep telling us how great everything was. We were there. You know, for 8 months, we called out problems in your marriage, and you banned anyone who did that. Screaming, it's great. We're great. We're the best at this. No one does better. We do a pro show. We work hard. This is the best show there is. Again, once she's gone, you're like, she sucked. I sucked. We had let the show go. The show was slipping. It sucked. We'd seen other people. We resented each other. Took separate cars to our affairs. But you can't stop telling us how good the relationship was and how it never got toxic and you never got abusive. Okay. The marriage went on for 2 more years. Yeah, did it? Or are you bad at math?
Time. Again, 15-show streak on the line. Holiday week. Let's keep it going. I decided not to do evening shows this week because I figured with the 4th of July week, it was going to be really hard to hit those. And I didn't want to stress myself out. I didn't want to stress you guys out, anything like that. Matt's not here this week. But let's go ahead. Let's knock out these 3 big shows.
Whoa, he just had like a little autistic breakdown. His whole brain just reset. Holy shit. What happened? Did anybody catch it?
Nick Rikita thinks my hands are really soft and well moisturized. He complimented me several times while I was massaging his crank after he put in work on Ole Ape.
Watch his brain like reset. Wow, that's real worry. He looks like he's going to cry right there.
Show streak on the line. Holiday week. Let's keep it going. I decided not to do evening shows this week because I figured with the 4th of July week, it was going to be
okay. Watch his brain like do this weird,
really hard to hit those. And I didn't want to stress myself out. I didn't want to stress you guys out, anything like that. Matt's not here this week. But let's go ahead. Let's knock out these 3 big shows.
Right there. What was that? He just had a little autistic stroke. But let's go ahead. Let's knock out these 3 shows. Matt's not here. It's going to be a hard week, but let's just go ahead and knock out these 3 shows. Just watch it.
I'd really like to see that happen. I didn't want to stress you guys out, anything like that. Matt's not here this week. But let's go ahead. Let's.
What was he doing?
Knock out these 3.
He's like blinking hard. Look at it. Please. Is he shitting? He's like one eye's closed. He's like, if I look at it with one eye and squint, maybe it'll turn into 350. I don't know what this was. He was like going to go up and do something with his hand, and then it just got like lost. He was going to claw his own eyes out. It's like, you don't know what you're doing with your own hands, and we're supposed to believe you that you have motor control when it comes to strangling April. I want to strangle April. I want to cut off April's breath. You have no motor control. What are you? You didn't hurt her? I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Spider Hair.
Stress you guys out, anything like that. Matt's not here this week. But let's go ahead.
What was that? What was that hand going to do? You're scared of the claw. What was it gonna do? What would a hand gonna do?
Let's go ahead. Let's.
What was he reaching at? And then one eye just closes.
You guys out. Anything like that. Matt's not here this week. But let's go ahead. Let's knock out these 3 big shows.
Really big shoes.
I'd really like to see that happen. 160 is the number. We're 5 minutes away. I don't want to bark. I don't want to bite. I don't want to headbutt. I don't want to do anything.
It's funny, right? It's funny because it was 2 years ago when I headbutt my wife. Get over it.
Thing like that. I just want to knock out this last 160. I'd like to do overtime. So pretty please, click the links. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo.
Imagine if I had to ask you to do overtime and I begged you, like, pretty please. I want to do overtime. Pretty please. Can I please stay out and broadcast? And then you don't give me money. So I go like, all right, well, I'm going to go. It's like, why don't you just stay and see if you get money? Just stick around and see if you get some. Maybe you'll get some money. No. If you guys haven't given me money yet, I'm just going to go.
Super chats, Rumble rants, gifted memberships are great. All of it. We got a lot of big stories coming up. We've got, we got a British farmer spraying a guy down with shit for trespassing and protesting his farming.
Guys, we got a farmer spraying shit. Don't you want to give?
We've got someone whose pride flag has been stolen.
Oh, fuck. Don't you want to give?
5 times out of their yard. I mean, I would have stopped putting it up after the second one.
I mean, that story alone's worth overtime. Come on. Don't you want to give?
And a bunch of other stuff. Oh, someone using their COVID relief funds for a Brazilian butt lift because that's important.
COVID relief funds. It's halfway through 2024. Him and Gino keep bringing you all the latest COVID news.
A lot of stuff coming up during overtime today. Throw in a couple of bucks, please. Streamlabs, PayPal, we got to start a...
Wait, how do you do it again? Where's a place I can give?
Rally, we're 160 away.
I love that he really thinks the problem is people don't know how to give. I don't know if I say the word super tip in 5 hours. I don't know if I tell people the URL. You can find it. It's posted. It's pinned. If you want to give me money, come give me money. I don't keep yelling as if you're lost. I assume you're all on the way to give me money and you've forgotten how to get there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble rants. He constantly assumes everyone's forgotten how to give, and that's why you're not giving.
We've got 4 minutes left.
Look at Johnny. How much longer can this go? How much longer can poor Johnny do this? He just has to sit
No
through
rally has been started yet.
No rally has been started. Keep us posted. Hey, guys, just an update. No rally yet.
And we're 4 minutes away. This is looking bad. $160 is the number. All the links right there in the chat. Let me put them up again. Boom. There we go. Let's go ahead and knock this thing out. I don't want to see this be an L.
Johnny knows this is insane, right? Like, everyone's trying to tell him to stop doing this, and he just can't. He's like, if I do, I won't get any money.
I know it's a holiday week, but...
that's the reason. That's
please
the reason.
And thank...
That's the reason. It's the reason I didn't make anything today. Holiday week. Right, Anonymous? Banks are closed. You couldn't get in? I understand. You didn't have any... Oh, here's another 50 from Anonymous. Just a weird dude has watched for a long time, finally decided to throw in hail. Well, look, congrats on you doing well. You're clearly doing very well, or you're very irresponsible. You're either rich enough to do this, or you've made a horrible error.
I knew I was only going to make a little money this week during the evening shows, so I figured making $0 would be better.
Oh,
Right.
more Mooby math. My head hurts.
Hey, yo. He's like, nobody will be giving this week because it's a holiday, so I'm going to do less shows. James Baumert says, you had this Hayseeds number from the jump. Keep up the good work. Thank you, James. B. Smiley with a super chat. He's shook. Morning show, please.
Drainage, Eli, you boy. Drain dry. I'm so sorry. Here, if you have a milkshake and I have a milkshake and I have a straw. There it is. That's the straw, you see? Now my straw reaches off the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake.
There's drainage, all right.
Maybe that's why he got no money today and Anonymous gave me all the money. I drank your milkshake. Nick Ricada drank your milkshake. You call April your milkshake, right? Tim Bollinger, I'm so glad Aaron is giving me the holiday off so I don't have to stress over the goal. We could use the break. Yeah, really. It's the chat that gets the, he always wants to do it together. He's like, let's knock it out. Let's give me money. We should get together and give me hundreds.
Thank you on that 160. 3.5 minutes to go, and no rally has started yet. Who wants to be the first
one? He keeps telling us there's no rally started. Guys, just a quick update. There's no rally. No one's rallying.
On to fire it off.
Fucking hell. What is he doing with his head?
And thank you on that 160. 3.5 minutes to go, and no rally has started yet. Who wants to be the first one to
watch where his fingers come to rest for no reason? It's like a signal to somebody. Like, you couldn't make it up. If I was just doing this and went, if I, you'd be like, oh, what does that mean? Is that a signal to someone? He just took two fingers and by the way, we do have to get it going. No rally started yet. Anyone yet? We love a little rally, please. Has anyone ever what is he doing? He's got the weirdest hands I've ever seen in my life.
And no rally has started yet. Who wants to be the first one to fire it off?
I mean, he's not scratching anything or itching or anything. That's just where he decided to rest his hand and fingers. Like a fly that just landed on a wall in a random spot.
Rally has started yet. Who wants to be the first one to fire it off?
What is that? What is that?
Oh, fuck, man.
Beep.
This is bad news. 160 away and about...
You look like April when you brought up domestic violence and striking her. She just kind of went into her own world.
3 minutes left to knock this thing out. If you'd like to contribute, go ahead and contribute. 160 is the number.
And Johnny just has to sit here. They don't, they got rid of the music, and the music was actually better. This is sadder somehow.
It's looking pretty flat. 3 minutes away during a holiday week. Maybe we should have taken the week off.
If I could just let this whole woman abuser thing float over my head, I'd love that. He's still going back to radio.
Well, no, I wanted to address that horse shit today, but other than that.
Oh, yeah, that little thing where I'll be forever labeled a woman choker.
Jesus Christ, it was looking good. But, guys, 2.5 minutes. If you're feeling generous, if you got a little extra to throw at us, boy, do we need it right.
Hey, Anonymous, why don't you get over there? 2 or 3 messages, you can catch him right up. This is fucked up.
Now.
Anonymous has given me like 4 of this guy's goals in one day.
Come on, boys and girls. Let's do this thing. Help us out a little bit. Help out the old toe. 2.5 minutes left. 160 away. We have gotten literally 0 during this rally period.
Oh, no. He can't hide his... He has to, like, massage his face. It's like his number one... Like, he's so autistic. He has to, like, self-soothe.
Oh. during this rally period.
Like, that's not a thing an adult does. Stretch their face back like that. This is childlike behavior.
2 minutes and 15 seconds. Ooh, it's the longest fucking 5 minutes that we've endured thus far.
I am a real American.
Again, still 160. Bing. Again, still nothing doing. Ooh, if you hate Steel Toe, you fucking love this. You think this is a great start to the week. All right, guys, 2-minute warning.
Hold on, Anonymous says he has to just sit there and take it like a cuck. Also, don't talk to me, weirdo. Kisses.
$160.
Wait, that's 20 though. That's a fake.
Please chip in. Please go to that PayPal, that Streamlabs, that Super Chat, whatever. There's the links.
Please chip in. I just posted the links again in case it's that you guys needed the links.
Again, click it, rally, get it.
Hold on. Do you guys not have the links? Here's the links.
Inside of 50 so we can buy ourselves a little time. A minute and a half to go.
Look at Johnny.
Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Wow. Lander says, ayo. Not good.
I guess you guys need a little breathing room, right? Must feel like April.
Not very good right now. A minute and a half to go. And nothing coming in. 160 is the number, apparently.
That arm is starting to flail. Look at him getting all.
We did a dog shit job today.
He did that. He's doing 4 little Indians.
Oh, man. Sorry about the bad show, boys and girls, but.
And again, he always does this thing. This is his favorite thing to do. When he doesn't hit the goal, he wants your sympathy. He's like, all right, I guess we did a bad show. I thought we did a good show. Sorry, guys. I guess we did a bad show. You guys are letting us know that we don't really know. Thank you, Anonymous, for voting in a poll. Tim Bollinger.
Oh, boogers. I might have to cancel the Vegas trip.
You really can't afford the plaza now. Stuck at Night says someone donates $10. He takes 5 off the goal. Then someone donates 5 and he takes 5 off. Math is worse than toilet paper math. Yeah, but he's explained that before. He's like, yeah, the first 10 I'll take 5 off because we really get 7. And that way, when the next 5 comes in, I just count the whole 5. When the next 10, or when the next 5, I count the 5 because the 3 minus the 7 counts the 10 to the carry the remainder.
But if you hate Steel Toe, this has been a great weekend and a great start to the week for you. So I'm glad we could get you that. We've got a minute and change left and nobody throwing in anything.
He's texting his friends like, Matt, could you donate? Get a rally going. Send in 10. I'll pay you back. We've got to get a rally going. Where's Hobo Chili Crunchy Tinna?
During this big period.
Where's Michael B. Cynicism?
Well, I hope you guys watched Johnny's show today. I'm glad I'm taking tonight off.
I didn't make anything this morning. I'm glad I don't have to work tonight.
This was a fucking bummer.
Again, you're letting this happen to you. You dictate how your show ends every day, and you decide to be bummed.
You guys, we got a little less than a minute.
Guys, we still have a minute though. If you in case you were were you? No, are you? I thought you. No. Anonymous with $20 says, all joking aside, I can't stand Johnny's voice. It's like a forced cackle.
To knock this thing out, to help out a little, and we got nothing. Got 35 seconds. All right, we'll run this thing down. We'll say goodbye. We'll get a half hour off to start the week, I guess, and see where it goes from there. Joe Smash with $10. Thank you very much, Joe Smash, for the 10 spot.
Thank you.
We take 7 of that. 155.
Jesus. How does it work? 160 to go. Some guy gives 10. He says we get 7 of that. 155 to go. Gets 10. Says it counts as 7. actually counts as 5. He's at 160. Someone gives 10. He says, all right, we get 7. And then he goes 155 to go. How does that work?
5 away from today. $155 away from knocking this thing out. Thanks, Joe Smash. We appreciate you trying to rally up for us, but nothing else. 10, 9, 8. Camo Girl with $5 says start it off. All right, 150 away. Somebody drops in 100 quick. We can keep this thing going for a half hour. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Screen cap that. That should be your new t-shirt. What me worry?
We got our fucking shit pushed in today, boys and girls. All right, let me do this. Let me erase the streak. I'll hit refresh on everything once more, just to make sure we didn't do it. And fingers crossed, nothing. All right, well, there we go. Erase all that.
What is Johnny doing? Like, why are you there? We just have to watch a cripple stare at his screen and do stuff. I mean, what is he doing?
Goodbye, streak. The streak is over.
Yeah, these shorts are from Goodwill. They had a streak in them, and now it's out. So goodbye, streak. Did you see him bragging about how many clothes he gets from Goodwill? He's poor, man. He's like broke now. How would Mooby drive away after a disastrous show?
We'll try again tomorrow. Shit happens. All right. Got that.
What's wild too? Watch this arm. He's like holding it behind him, which is weird. But then he also has like a little half fist down here that he's so noodly and weird. I can't.
At all. It's hard to erase because it's been going on so long. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate the support. Those of you who did throw.
I don't know what happened, but he got all blown out. Like he's super loud all of a sudden.
Win some, lose some. I guess you miss every once in a while. We missed by 150 today. Oh, well. Solid numbers. Hit like on your way out. Hit some.
Solid numbers. Another win for we did great. We did great. At one point, we had over 1,200 a day. We still have 940. That's bananas.
Subscribe. Johnny, when are you on today?
I'll be on at 2 p.m. on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble.
All right.
Just kidding.
Hey, is Chad on yet? Should we just stay on and watch Chad? Be a fucking loser?
Fuck.
Oh, boy. I love how they're like, we're not making any money, so we've canceled the shows for the week and we're leaving early. Well, nothing gets by you guys. Nothing gets by you. Reel's gifting 20 memberships.
YOLO!
Reels, I had no idea, but I wouldn't forget it for the world. We'll get you on the old list for the future as well.
Imagine the sheer heights of ecstasy once the androgynous Moob realized that the metal box which sits in the corner of his habitat, and he has all but ignored up until now, is able to provide sustenance for his Moob-like activities.
I need some Celsius and taquitos.
Little does the Moon know that he should be careful eating fruit from the poison tree.
The Moon.
Heading out to Nick's, quick trip.
Soon, the Moob is left ensnared in its trap of natural oak, still starving and covered in his own feces, broadcasting perpetually into a void forever.
Oh, God. April LaRue gifting 10 memberships as well. Thank you, April LaRue.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Oh, God. We're doing great. We're doing great. Thanks to everybody today. By the way, what a day. Just what a day. April LaRue, Letty Lett, Reels George, Chip Galloway, Ricky Bev, Anonymous, Bentley, Dan G, DK, Flimsy, Drive-By, Tiff, Dr. Cream Jeans, Jenny G, Shane M1980, Baloney Factory, Wizard Nug 2, and all the fucking ships at sea. Thank you very much. I mean, holy shit. Holy shit. This guy's cutting his show off. Not giving you guys the time you deserve. I gave you over an extra hour. Because that's how I did.
Your manner is most unbecoming of a gentleman. Would you be high on cigarettes?
I don't know if the comedy hasn't hit them yet. They're full-blown retarded or just high on cigarettes.
A question posed to stupid hoes who don't get it yet. Excuse me, miss. Are you high on cigarettes? I don't know if the comedy hasn't hit them yet. They're full-blown retarded or just high on cigarettes.
All the laughter that you decoy if you listen to the show, boy. Patrick melting faces have you stacking that low point. It's the low point, not the reason. The reason is fucking gold. Gonna make the taco pony party be a party of soul. To make you vandalize a van with a pedal sticker so bold. The family probably get arrested before they get down the road. Or stupid motherfuckers just got NL loaned. Other radio shows are straight bitch mail prone. Talk shit on the youngins that nobody like past. Have my homeboy lame prank call him fast. Have him thinking that he hates him like right before he berates him. And the way that he baits him, put him right on blast. Like Patrick is an asshole and his show won't last. And every time I call, then he treated